Judiciary and Public Safety for our performance oversight hearing of FEMS, CIC, and DOC. We are now turning to the Corrections Information Council. We have no public witnesses. So I will call our government witness for the Corrections Information Council, Reverend Donald Isaac, Executive Director of the CIC. It is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. If I can ask you, Director Isaac, if you can take yourself off mute. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia on this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make any opening statement that you may have.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and other members of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. I am Donald Isaac, the Executive Director of the Corrections Information Council. The CIC is an independent agency created by the 1997 Revitalization Act. We are a small agency with a large mandate. Since the district does not have a local prison, its incarcerated population is housed either locally within the custody of the Department of Corrections or nationwide within the custody of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. We are responsible for inspecting, monitoring, and reporting on conditions at approximately 115 correctional facilities operated either by the DOC or the BOP or its contractors. We received our first funding in 2013, and what began as a two-person operation has grown to a current staff of 11 people. This means that we go inside the facilities, observe the conditions, talk confidentially with the residents from DC who've been convicted of DC code offenses. Then we communicate urgent observations and recommendations to facility executives through on-site and post-inspection verbal and written communications. It is important work that allows DC to maintain knowledge and insight regarding the current circumstances of a population for whom the majority will eventually return to our city and society. The population at the DOC consists of approximately 1,800 individuals out of a capacity of 3,624, which equates to about 1,300 of the 2,100 at the Central Detention Facility and about 466 at the Correction Treatment Facility, and the population of BOP consists of 2,600 DC code offenders. Monitoring their condition also encompasses the Central Cell Block and residential reentry centers, which also are known as halfway houses. We do not handle individual complaints or provide legal representation or advice, but we consistently track the information that we receive from the incarcerated population or their loved ones. And as an information council, we work at the macro level to provide BOP, DOC executives, the city council, the mayor, and public stakeholders with information acquired from inspections and communications. We also engage in regular communications with Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton's office to keep her informed at the federal level of key issues within BOP facilities. In FY23, we embarked upon a project to assess the status of prior and current recommendations in order to provide transparency to stakeholders. The 7-part series explores recommendations and best practices related to education, programming, medical services, reentry, administrative remedies, and sentencing calculations. The series will be updated as we gather new information and continue to engage with other industry experts. From FY23 to date, we have produced 18 inspection reports, 4 thematic reports, monthly newsletters, and quarterly information sheets on residents' demographics and their proximity to DC. Since FY23, we've also conducted 26 inspection visits to facilities. In addition to our visits to local DOC facilities, our team selects federal locations based on the following considerations: the number of reports of concerns received, the severity of issues or complaints, the size of the DC population at the facility, the length of time since our last visit, and any thematic or systemic issues prevalent at that facility. Although there are a diverse number of concerns, several reoccurring issues in our reports focus on access to education and programming, staff treatment of residents, access to DC-specific reentry resources, quality of care, and lockdowns. Our mandate is focused on providing reports to specific executive bodies, but we acknowledge the importance of quickening and diversifying our communications. Our report structure was adjusted to highlight key findings and recommendations in order to improve the utility of the reports. We also continue to engage our social media followers by actively posting on multiple platforms and distributing email blasts regarding time-sensitive issues. We continue to produce our monthly newsletter, which contains updated data, resources, and current events within the DC community, and we update our website regularly with information sheets that detail a variety of data about the incarcerated population, including those who are serving life and extended sentences. Additional topics available on our websites have been designed to inform the community about issues that residents and their families encounter or ask about, such as voting rights, procedures for deaths in custody, the First Step Act, and good time credits. Throughout FY24 and beyond, we aim to continue production of these resources. Although the CIC continues to accomplish its mandate, there's still more work to be done. The Corrections Oversight Improvement of 23 contains additional requirements and duties. We have always strived to maintain our productivity levels, but our small staff regularly juggles multiple projects and responsibilities. This would be alleviated with the necessary funding, thereby increasing efficiency, speed, scope of work production, and allowing more regular interactions with industry experts. However, as we wait for the required fiscal support, we will continue efforts to meet expectations under our mandate. As the internal structure of the office continues to develop, professional development and strategic planning are still a critical focus point for the agency. Immediately before the commencement of FY23, the agency participated in a strategic planning retreat designed to help us streamline processes and redefine duties. During that process, we also engaged in a vigorous discussion on racial equity, which was led by expert Michelle Williams. My team and I continuously reflect on how the mission of our agency aligns with the principles of racial equity. Since we report on conditions and provide information and recommendations about issues faced mostly by Black individuals, racial equity is intricately woven into the rationale for how and why we disseminate information. Therefore, we have embarked upon a new initiative to complete a legislative resource booklet for the incarcerated population. The booklet will serve as a helpful tool for placing those individuals in an equitable position during their incarceration and upon their release. And we will continue to reflect on such principles within future initiatives. We are also proud of the agency's collaboration. We have collaborated with the Board of Elections to produce a report on the primary and general elections. We have worked with the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking in the development of their financial toolkit for incarcerated DC residents. We've also worked with MORCA representatives on inspections and distributed resource sheets on behalf of their agency. And we work with the Public Defender Service to distribute their reentry navigator books into federal facilities. We also maintain communications with other notable organizations, such as the Washington's Lawyer Committee, the Georgetown Law, Criminal Defense, and Prison Advocacy Clinic, to provide updated resources to incarcerated individuals. In addition to these efforts, we partner with many individuals and community-based organizations to complete an annual postcard project, which allows the community to provide outreach to the incarcerated population throughout the holiday season. This is an effort that is appreciated immensely by those residing in correctional facilities near and far. The CIC is often asked about its ability to enforce agency recommendations. We do not have enforcement power. However, it is our goal to continue transmitting the information necessary to document and improve conditions at the federal level, while also increasing the impact of our efforts at the local level. The CIC would like to acknowledge the efforts of Director Faust and the DOC team for implementing some of our prior recommendations, which include providing mattresses at the central cell block for pregnant women or people subject to weekend or extended stays, as well as our CDF and CTF recommendations for improved and expanded tablet accessibility, updated language access signage, providing hot meals for dinner, and increased recreation. Director Faust and the CIC were also able to adjust the previous 2-week notification time for an inspection to a 12-hour notification, which is a significant improvement in protocols. Thank you, Chairman Pinto. I join the members of our CIC board to express our gratitude for the support by you, the council, and the mayor for our agency and its mission. As the district examined efforts to regain local control of various criminal justice functions, the CIC looks forward to actively reporting on and monitoring relative issues in order to provide insight and recommendations to the district. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. And I am available if you have any questions.
Wonderful. I do. Thank you so much, Director Isaac, for all you do and your team all year round. And I appreciate your testimony today. I want to start with a discussion about monitoring. You've previously reported that CIC is not able to access portions of BOP facilities, including secured housing units in areas that aren't otherwise considered programming areas. Can you speak to what sort of impacts those restrictions have on the scope of your inspections, and how that's working at BOP facilities right now?
Well, it is a restriction, and we really feel that it is at the discretion of the leadership. Historically, we've had access to the segregated housing units, and we've continued to push the envelope with regard to being able to gain access. I guess as a somewhat compromise, the BOP has allowed us to have access to the individuals in the SHU, even though we have not been able to go directly into the SHUs and inspect. So again, we have to honor or be sensitive that we are operating in correctional facilities, and they are always able to raise the safety and operations of the institution as an impediment to us being able to do all of the things that we would like to do.
Okay. And what sort of notice requirements are required at BOP facilities?
Generally, we take about 30 to 45 days in the process there, because there's a process of one, identifying the agency, contacting the agency, getting our team clearance in order to be able to go in. And in addition to that, BOP, we do that through the agency's point of contact that is not at the facility. So again, as we've indicated in the testimony, based upon complaints that we received, the number of DC residents that are there, and the last time that we've been there, we pick agencies, but it takes about 30 days, 30 to 45 days to answer the question.
Okay. And when you say it's up to the discretion of leadership, as we think about other ways we can partner with you and push on BOP for additional inspection access, are you finding that this is leadership with the federal government or at each specific facility that has this range of discretion?
Well, obviously, I'm talking about BOP and the director at this time, but understanding that individual is appointed by the president and sort of sets the parameters and tone of the agency. I don't know if I indicated in the testimony, but we have had relationships with BOP directors, and they've had a lot of directors. I guess in the 5 or 6 years that I've been around, there's been at least 6 or 7 various directors. So there's also a question of the turnover there. So the question of relationship is at that level. And that's why I also indicated in the testimony that we meet regularly with the council, with the Congresswoman, who as a federal representative has access, as well as we try to get access through the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, where the BOP participates. So it's really just, we're always pushing, and we're always dealing with different individuals to build relationships to give us increased access.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. And as we think of on a comparative basis for how your inspections are going with the Department of Corrections here in DC, it's my understanding that you've negotiated a 48-hour notice window. Can you talk about how that's working and what you think you'd be able to benefit from by a shorter window or no notice visit?
Yeah, I think it's really a 12-hour notice that we have now, which our goal was to have an unannounced inspection. That is, we feel the best practice of the industry is something that an inspection agency should have. The DOC was concerned about agency operations and being able to assign staff. When we go on inspections, we are escorted by DOC staff. So the 12 hours was somewhat of a compromise. Again, recognizing that it is a institution that has incarceration as its focus. Staffing is a very critical role within its institutions. So we're going to try the 12 hours. And also they've been pretty accessible and open to us in a number of other areas. So in the spirit of unity and understanding that we are, in fact, sister agencies, if you will, in the district, we agreed on 12 hours in this current MOU.
Okay, thank you for that. And when you say best practice of the industry, do you have a sense of other jurisdictions that allow for no notice visits?
There might be 2 or 3 that have unannounced visits, and it's up and down. There's some who are more active than others. There's some places where it's on the book, but not really being implemented on a regular, consistent basis. So we are monitoring that. And I would like to think that, and I can say this, that I think that we are among one of the leaders with regard to progressive practices in the field of incarceration and inspections.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you about your produced recommendation assessment reports, and specifically the most recent one on DOC. There were many partially resolved or not resolved recommendations that were raised in this report, including increasing outdoor recreation time, increasing the number of fruits and vegetables, and expanding the program offered at CDF and CTF. Since CIC lacks official enforcement power, how do you think about your role in following up on recommendations that your agency has made as a next step?
Well, first of all, as we approach agencies, we begin with attempting to memorialize our relationship in memorandums of agreement. Of course, we have statutory roles that are mandated by legislation, but we think the MOU is a way of expressing the intent of the parties in terms of being able to do that. Then from that, we have also then said that we're going to do quarterly inspections. So we think going into institutions on a more regular basis increases our familiarity with the institution and the problems, and also gives us an opportunity to see if there have been changes in the recommendations that we've made. So we do have quarterly inspection projected that we go on, and then we also have quarterly meetings between the senior staff of the CIC and the CIC or the senior staff of the DOC. And in that context, Council Member, we do feel that there have been improvements. We cited some things. There was a problem with tablets, and we were able to get greater access to tablets. There was an issue about educational opportunities for those that, particularly the CDF, and we've been able to get them access on other blocks, and get some of them even come to the CTF. So there have been a number of things that we have been able to show as progress in DOC. We still are working in the area of menu and food, but we did add to the fact that we made a recommendation based upon complaints that we heard about having the hot meal not in the middle of the day for lunch, but in the dinner hour. And that they were able to do that, and they also have shown that as a recommend. I mean, they implemented that recommendation for us. So I would really say, and I would say that we would welcome insight from you or the committee that we've made great progress with regard to the relationship, but also with the recommendations that we've made and the actions that the agency has taken based upon those recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing that, and I appreciate the focus on the relationship, which I agree is always improved when we have more information sharing and can be working towards a similar goal. In your pre-hearing responses to the committee, there were some inquiries that CIC receives from residents about lack of medical care. What resources does CIC provide to residents reaching out with those types of questions or follow-up connections to residents with additional medical resources that they may need?
So we deal with it on a case-by-case situation. It just depends. Medical care is a major issue that we get a lot of complaints and inquiries from. Most of the times we then begin to try to direct that person back into the agency, sometimes to use the procedures that they have to have those issues addressed there. We also will go over the agency's head, if you will, to the point of contact that we have at BOC to have outside inquiries to point down into the resources. We also work with family members to give family members as additional means of leverage and inform them of the rights, responsibilities, and options. So it's very high on our list. I think of the complaints that we receive, medical care is certainly one of the top 2 or 3, and we record those as well in the RAGIC system so that we can monitor them with regard to what institutions do they come from and also what are the specific issues of concern that they have.
What are the other issues, top 2 or 3, would you say?
Relationships, I think one would be the care of medical care is one. A lot of people desire transfers from one facility to another because of programming and other things. Staff retaliation and staff relationships is another big issue. Sanitation is another big issue. I think in FY23, we probably have about 250 various complaints, and those were sort of some of the big 2 or 3 that we got. Thus far in FY24, we've already seen about 80 complaints, and it kind of mirrors those same issues. Medical care, and also compassionate release. There's been a lot of concern as there's been expansion in the legislative realm for options of getting released. Persons are concerned about how their application to their individual cases and their eligibility to be released for compassionate release and other programs such as that.
So when you say concern, you mean they're writing to CIC asking if you all have information on their eligibility or the process for that?
Yes, and I say, and I did. So when I say compassionate release, of course, the IRA legislation. There was also another act of law that caused a lot of concern and a lot of attention, and we were a part of that in terms of one, making sure that our population is aware, and also what the rights are and what the parameters are, and then secondly, to help them as best we can with advice and counsel. And that's why you notice in the testimony I said groups like the Washington Lawyers Committee, the Public Defender Service, who kind of works and provides the legal work. If we can do anything to provide the access, we do that there.
Okay. And when you talk about IRA or Compassionate Release, Second Look Act, you also mentioned in your testimony that, or in your pre-hearing, that BOP facility staff may be unaware of DC specific legislation. Are those the pieces of legislation you're referring to? Or how are we getting information to residents about what they may be eligible for?
Yes, there are times when BOP staff are not aware of district laws or how they apply, or sometimes the laws are applied differently to district residents. So it's a combination of those two. And I always put it in this context. I forget the number that we have with regard to the number of residents we have in BOP, but it is a very small number in regards to their total number and population. So that the person could be a very diligent and conscientious employee for BOP, but not be sensitive to the specific needs of DC residents or specific programs that apply to DC residents, which is why an organization like CRC was created and why we are very important with regard to making sure that we maintain contact and sensitivity to the specific needs of DC persons.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. I want to go back to some of the report recommendations. How is DOC doing with access to outdoor recreation space for residents?
It's 50-50, or they've done some movement. It's been a big concern within the institution, and they've had staffing as well as physical issues with regard to them being able to provide it. So that we've seen some movement to getting a little more exercise and outside activities than they had before we brought it to their attention. They've also extended it to persons in the SHU over at DOC. So there's been some movement, as we said. We don't make a comment about the cooperation of DOC lightly, understanding that our goal is to inspect, and there's still a lot of improvements that we can make, but that we can say that they've heard us and that they've been sensitive to the concerns that we brought up in the area of recreation in particular, and made some movement from our original baseline that we identified.
So what is the current standard of access to recreation time and space outdoors?
So there's a schedule for each housing unit. So you have to look at it unit by unit, and each unit, as I said, including the SHU, has some schedule when they will get out, and they know in advance to really participate. And I guess twice a week for a couple hours.
Twice a week for a couple hours, depending on the unit.
And staffing, yes. And when I say depending upon the unit, because there's also staffing challenges that they really have within the DOC that I'm sure you are aware of. That are really making sure that they have sufficient staff to cover all of those types of requirements for the population.
And what is the best practice that you've seen in other DOC equivalents across the country for outdoor space and time per week?
It varies. It just depends. So, for instance, there's security levels in facilities, and that's going to influence it. If you go from a camp to a facility to a penitentiary type, standings, or the security ratings of the individuals that you have there, that might be in segregated housing and all that, it varies. But we think that best practice, what I think would be as regular and consistent as possible, and 2 to 3 times a week at a very minimum for a couple hours at a time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you. I look forward to continuing to work with you and DOC on that.
Right.
You also put in your recommendation report for DOC that they expand access to programming. What do you see as some of the biggest hurdles to expanding programming and education services in particular at DOC?
That's a staffing issue as well. I mean, and access, as I say, the tablets were an effort on the part of DOC to expand programming to other persons. The educational components that they have in the CTF, Young Men Emerging, is another kind of educational component. Then there's the program of Crime and Justice Behind the Bars, which I think is a 14-week program administered by Howard University, is another educational program that's available there. So that we've seen an increase of educational programming. And the other thing that we have to say, I think, because one of the big complaints there gets to be sometimes on the physical condition of the facility, that as we know, because the council has given money to do that, we need a new facility. We're really talking about an age facility that's really not having the physical plant that would really be as conducive as you would like for education and other types of programming.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And as we think about other workforce training programs, it's my understanding that some of them are only open to students with a GED or high school diploma. Is that your understanding, and what do you think needs to be improved there for access to additional workforce training?
I would need to give that some thought. GED there are programs to get to earn your GED, so that also then as you progress, it goes. So because about to answer your question, I would think they're programming on all levels. From people who don't have a GED to people who have a GED to people who have college credits and want to continue to get other college credits. I think we do have things at all levels there. I've been to several graduation programs and all that kind of celebrate those kinds of things. So they are available. I need to kind of have further, we'll put it down to something to have further conversation with you about with regard to just, what exactly along with the recreation that you would like to see and versus what we currently exist.
Mhm. Okay. What is CIC's understanding of the current state of lead up and lead out?
I'm sorry, the current state of lead up and
Of lead up and lead out, and some of the programs going on with the young emerging leaders.
I think that it's on the lead up program or the lead out program was a part of the Ready Center activity, and I think with the reopening of the Ready Center, we have seen that reinstituted. And I can't really say much more than that. I know we have really a specific division within staff to focus on reentry and what we look for programming to prepare people for their release. And so we certainly encourage it. We certainly take a look at that as a part of our inspection scope. And I do know that the lead up has been reinstituted.
Okay, I guess I'm asking about because one of the things that I hear from folks who come home is the time at which some of the preparation starts needs to be earlier. And so as we think about the Ready Center and lead up and lead out, wondering how you think DOC could be part of that transitional process even earlier, so that when folks do come home and they're using things like the Ready Center, they're set up for better success.
Yeah, well, there's a challenge given the population at the jail and the turnovers that we actually have. So I really would need to kind of look at that again. I will make a note and kind of look at that as something that we said. Of course, they're probably it depends on just how long you're gonna be at the jail. And that's the thing. Different people have various times. Some are very short turnovers, and some have longer times. As I indicated, we've seen a number of program options. So I know lead up is for the inside and for the young population, and the young men emerging unit has been one of the components there. But we'll take a look at that and be able to get back to you with further details on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Director. So that concludes my questions for you. I want to give you a chance if you have any other closing thoughts or something you want to highlight that we didn't get a chance to talk about.
No, I think that we thank you for your role as the committee chair. We know this is our second round, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. I think our staffs have been getting familiar with one another, and certainly, have been accessing our deputy administrator and all if they need any information that you need. So we're just here to help provide you with the information. I guess in this year, Corrections Information Council, we are looking at our role as an information agency, to try to have more accurate data, more comprehensive data that can inform decision makers in their roles of making policy and decisions. So we just look forward to working with you in this year. In any way that we can help or support the council, please continue to reach out to us.
Wonderful. Likewise. Thank you so much, Director Isaac. Thanks for all you do.
All right. Thank you so much. Likewise. Bye-bye.
Take care. Okay, we are now going to turn to the Department of Corrections. This is our last agency of the day. We are going to follow the committee's normal practice and hear from public witnesses first, followed by our government witness. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. And those representing organizations will have 5 minutes. So I will first call our first panel, Olivia Grob-Lipkis, Melissa Wasser, Joseph Bay, Myra Woods, Danielle Rosen, Damon Donaldson Bay, Stephanie Cox Batson, and Todd Baldwin. So Olivia Grob-Lipkis from the Criminal Legal System Reform Attorney, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. You are muted still.
My apologies, thank you. My name is Olivia Grob-Lipkis, and I serve as the Criminal Legal System Reform Attorney with the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Throughout 2023, we at the committee have maintained contact with hundreds of incarcerated individuals at both the Central Detention Facility and the Correctional Treatment Facility, who told us about the life-threatening harms they've endured. Today, we'll share with the council only a brief sliver of what we've learned, with further information to be found in our written testimony. DOC is far past capacity and cannot take care of those already in its custody. It cannot afford for that burden to be exacerbated by increasing incarceration under Secure DC. Instead, we suggest achievable, evidence-based policy interventions to address the crisis of violence and abuse within DOC and the district widely. Firstly, DOC's healthcare system across all its facilities is woefully and constitutionally inadequate. Both medical and mental health needs often go unaddressed, with dire consequences. In October 2023, a man with a known seizure disorder at Central Cell Block died after repeatedly requesting his medication. Around 1,800 individuals are at the mercy of DOC staff to manage their care. We have repeatedly heard that DOC fails to properly distribute medications, even life-saving ones, and referrals for outside specialists are severely mismanaged. For example, after one resident had an abnormal mass found in his testicle, DOC waited 18 months to bring him to a specialist. Decrepit conditions at DOC facilities are also worsening the healthcare crisis, including frequent issues with the heating, cooling, water, air quality, and electric. In September, an individual on a mental health unit at CDF started a fire after repeatedly asking for help and expressing a desire to harm himself. The fire alarm never sounded, and nearby residents still have residual effects from the smoke. Another resident reports that the medical unit where he receives dialysis has not had heat for the past 100 days, and he receives treatment bundled in 3 blankets. These issues should come as no surprise to this council, which has been alerted to the deteriorating situation at the DC jail for decades. This includes the food served within DOC. 7 in 10 DOC residents are served rotten food. Commissary only has high sodium and high sugar items. Dietary restrictions are ignored. For one client with celiac disease, any cross-contamination with wheat causes internal bleeding, pain, and vomiting. Yet after multiple grievances, he continues to receive wheat on his tray. The inhumane conditions within DOC extend far beyond what could be discussed today. Furthermore, the council cannot understand the true extent of DOC's failures until incarcerated residents within DOC are granted access to testify virtually at hearings. Other than the food-related provisions, Secure DC will worsen the inhumane conditions at DOC by increasing incarceration. Subjecting more people to the conditions at DOC will exacerbate, not reduce, our city's crime problem. The harms of being incarcerated, especially at the DC jail, make rehabilitation virtually impossible. We urge the council to reject Secure DC's proposals to expand incarceration in DC. Secure DC's expansions to pretrial detention and criminal penalties rely on the empty premise that incarcerating more people results in less violence. Research shows that increased incarceration does not decrease violent crime. In fact, it worsens public safety by decimating an individual's ability to maintain employment, housing, educational and job training, medical and mental health care, and family and community ties. Incarcerated individuals are more likely to face poverty when released, which contributes to cycles of violence. Historically, DC's Black and Brown communities have been disproportionately subject to the harms of incarceration at DOC. Subjecting more people to these conditions and for longer means more people who will be less able to meet their needs upon release. Increased incarceration is therefore likely to exacerbate racial inequities within DC without reducing crime. The council must choose a different path than the same failed mass incarceration tactics of the 90s, which led us to where we are today. Evidence-based solutions to address rising violence in DC are at our fingertips, such as the recommendations made by the DC Gun Violence Reduction Strategic Plan. These include deeper investments in violence and youth intervention initiatives, support tools for those most at risk, and increased police accountability. The Washington Lawyers Committee had no choice but to file a class action lawsuit to address DOC's failures to protect inmates, but the council can act now to stem the bleeding and prevent similar failures in the future. Increasing incarceration within DOC has not worked before and will not work now. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Wasser, Policy Council, ACLU of the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. Hi, my name is Melissa Wasser. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Policy Council at the ACLU of DC. I'm focusing my testimony today on 3 issues that the council needs to fix. First, the conditions and housing issues at the DC jail. Second, empowering strong independent oversight and the sharing of information by CIC. And 3, banning the use of solitary confinement within DOC. As we enter another performance oversight season, some of the same issues that the ACLU of DC has highlighted in previous oversight hearings or lawsuits remain. Residents inside the DC jail facilities are still being subjected to inhumane living conditions, even after the US Marshals found systemic failures at the jail back in 2021. Residents, advocates, and family members of the mostly Black residents inside the jail have been raising these problems for years. Yet only recently were these concerns about inhumane living conditions elevated once family members of the mostly white January 6 defendants received attention for jail conditions. Edible food is a fundamental basic need that DOC has a constitutional duty to provide to people in their facilities. We join our colleagues in supporting the Fresh Starts Act of 2023 as introduced by Chair Pinto and 7 council colleagues. And while some elements of Fresh Starts have been included in Secure DC, we urge the council to fully pass the Fresh Starts legislation to ensure there are unannounced inspections of the food service and a requirement of additional reporting on nutrition and specialty meals, religious and otherwise, being provided at the jail. ACLU of DC has also learned that DOC is still housing transgender women in the men's unit despite our previous lawsuit in 2021 and settlement in 2022. While DOC removed a policy with an unlawful presumption for housing based on gender assigned at birth and replaced it with a policy that would house people according to their gender identity, CIC reported in an April 2023 inspection of Central Cell Block that men are housed on the first floor, women are housed on the second floor, and transgender residents are housed on the first floor in a cell by themselves. DOC must answer why they are still housing transgender female residents in the men's unit, especially after formally changing its policy to settle our lawsuit. It's past time for the council to act and force DOC to fix these well-documented failures and make changes to these unconscionable conditions. In 2023, CIC conducted 7 on-site inspections of DOC facilities. And while this is the largest number of inspections in the past 7 years, CIC still lacks the authority to make unannounced inspections. They do not have unfettered access to facilities and cannot enforce the necessary follow-up once it's identified critical deficiencies. This is partly due to the lack of funding CIC has to follow its statutory oversight mandate. ACLU-DC and other organizations have pushed for a new permanent independent oversight body with enforcement power to meaningfully make changes to conditions and problems at DOC facilities. Last council period, the council did take steps towards independent oversight by passing, but failing to fund Bill 24-76, the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act. The council should fully fund CIC during their upcoming budget season to ensure it can carry out its mandate and share time-relevant information about conditions of confinement at facilities. Finally, solitary confinement is a reality for many people incarcerated in our nation's capital. The United Nations has even said that solitary confinement amounts to psychological torture. The council has an opportunity to become a national leader in ending solitary confinement by passing Bill 25-543, the Erase Solitary Confinement Act of 2023. This bill, introduced by Councilmember Nadeau and 7 council colleagues, would prohibit nearly all forms of segregated confinement for individuals incarcerated at institutions owned, operated, and controlled by DOC. It would also mandate that all residents in a DOC facility receive at least 8 hours of out-of-cell time per day. We urge this committee to hold a public hearing on Erase Solitary and pass this legislation before the end of the council period. ACLU-DC also recently conducted a survey of 500 likely 2024 general election voters and found that there is a solid 55% majority of DC voters that oppose the use of solitary confinement. And the more DC voters learn about solitary confinement, the more they want to end it. That support increases to 62% when they learn more about the experience of solitary, and that increase jumps to 70% when voters learn that it does nothing to rehabilitate people and exacerbates or creates mental illness. Erase Solitary is not just a legislative change, it is a moral imperative to address systemic injustices and to create a more equitable and effective justice system in DC. To say that DOC's management of the jail has been abysmal is an understatement. We urge the council to hold a hearing and pass the Erase Solitary bill, pass the full Fresh Starts bill, and fully fund the CIC. I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lasser. Joseph Fay, attorney from Joseph W. Fay, ESQ, PLLC.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm an attorney licensed to practice in Maryland in the District of Columbia and a member of the Superior Court Trial Lawyers Association and the Trial Lawyers Association of Metropolitan DC. Most of my law practice is court-appointed criminal defense in the Superior Court for the District of Columbia under the Criminal Justice Act. I'm here today to testify about certain conditions at the Central Detention Facility, which is run by the DC Department of Corrections. These conditions affect the ability of myself and the other CJA attorneys to see our clients and prepare their cases. These conditions bear on our client's Sixth Amendment right to counsel. These issues are particularly salient, and I had written this before the bill passed last night, but given the bill that passed, that will more likely result in more of our clients being at the jail pending trial. The Central Detention Facility has 3 visiting halls, each of which have 4 or 5 rooms for the lawyers to meet clients. On the weekends, the jail has been closing the halls on floors 1 and 2 and only allowing us to meet clients on floor 3. This has led to hours-long delays in getting to meet clients. Also, the jail has a new policy that is all the time, not just on the weekends, of kicking our clients out of the visiting rooms during the count, so that even if we get in and get into a room to see our client, there's only so much work we can get done before the client is kicked out, and we have to wait through an hour-and-a-half count to get back in and restart the process of seeing a client again. Because of this, attorneys are having to meet with clients more during the week and less on the weekends because we can't get in on the weekends. Speaking for myself, I would prefer to meet with clients during the workday, but I'm often too busy and my trips to visit clients get pushed to the weekends. Added to this, during the week, the jail has decided that we must visit our clients on the floor where they are held. This did not used to be the case, and the change in policy has not been explained to us. Department of Corrections officials have also not explained to us why our clients can be moved from floor to floor on the weekends, but not on the weekdays. To give an example, if I go to see a client on a weekday and my client is on floor 2 and the rooms on floor 2 are full and there are 3 attorneys waiting, but all of the rooms on floor 3 are empty, I would have to wait on floor 2 until the other attorneys have all gone, and then there's an empty room. They just won't bring the client to floor 3 for a reason that really hasn't been explained to us. CDF has also adopted new screening processes for attorneys entering the facility. A special police officer manually inspects every page of paper we bring in. Because we often need to bring in large quantities of paper to review discovery with our clients, this can be a time-consuming process that further eats into the time that we could be spending with our client reviewing discovery and preparing his case. The cumulative effect of the inspection rules and the waiting times is that we just don't have a whole lot of time with our clients, and we often can't meet more than one when we go to the jail. As you can imagine, the issues described above are creating real problems for attorneys having adequate time to interact with clients, to the extent that I recently effectively could not visit a client during the weekend while I was preparing for his felony 1 trial. Earlier this week, DOC represented to Superior Court judges that some of the issues would be addressed, but obviously not enough time has passed to see if that will actually happen. Specifically, the closed visiting halls on weekends are supposed to be reopened, and we'll see if that happens. At the end of the day, with the new bill that's passed and the remaining, the existing crime rate in DC, this is a problem that will continue to get worse and will have a snowball effect, because as more people are held at DOC, and there's more pressure on the staff to bring our clients up, there's just going to be longer and longer wait times for us to get in and see people. And if we can't efficiently see people, then their cases are going to get continued and pushed out further and further. The only other thing that I'm going to raise with the 30 seconds I have left is that there's an increasing staffing issue at the jail where they're using non-uniform, non-guards to work in the bubble, and that hasn't been explained to us. So why they're using non-guards to guard prisoners, that also needs to be addressed. Thank you for your time, and I'll stick around to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fay. Myra Woods, public witness.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm here representing the League of Women Voters. And I am a trustee with the League, and I lead the Voting While Incarcerated team. And I'm here to update the committee on the activities that have occurred in 23 and what we plan to do in 2024 in order to get ready for the primary and the general election. The goal of the League is to foster and help provide universal participation in DC's democratic processes and to support the objectives of the League. We have been engaged in voter registration and also in monitoring elections in 2022. We're going to continue those activities, but we've expanded them in 23 and 24. So in the last half of 2023, the League developed a DC-specific in-person class called Voting While Incarcerated. We found that DOC residents, when we interviewed them during voter registration, were very anxious to understand the government structure in the District of Columbia, what officers they would be voting for, and to get more information about candidates who are running for those offices. So our objective with the Voting While Incarcerated class was to give them basic information on DC government structures and the elected offices, which are very, of course, specific and unique for the District of Columbia. We love that class. We love the engagement. We got great positive feedback from the participants, but that does not give us enough scale in order to reach all of the residents at the DOC. So we have converted that class in partnership with Mr. Danju McGaskins and Ms. Satara Yell in the Strategic Communications Department. And we have created a PDF version of that class. We've enriched the content, and it's ready and waiting to be loaded to the resident tablets. We've seen the tablets at work because as we participated in this special election for ANC commissioners, the election was held in December, I saw the candidate information on the tablets. And so we know that that's an effective mechanism to extend our reach. So we plan to continue to enhance that information to provide Vote 411 information, which is candidate information, in a format that's loadable to the tablet. And we think that that's going to dramatically expand our reach and help informed voters in the Department of Corrections. And I want you to know that the League of Women Voters signed on to the Fresh Starts Act as a supporter. And we also are limited sometimes in the classes that we can have because of space at the Department of Corrections. But we have a great partnership. We have good teamwork with the DOC, with the Corrections Information Council, and with the Board of Elections. Thank you, Chair Pinto.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your support for that legislation, as well, that we're thrilled is incorporated into Secure DC. Next, we will hear from Daniel Rosen, public witness.
Yep.
Mr. Rosen, you're still on mute.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. My name is Daniel Rosen. I offer my testimony today as a returning citizen, a Ward 1 resident, and as someone formerly incarcerated at the jail. I'll speak today primarily about food and nutrition in the DOC. During the year or so I spent in their facilities, both CTF and CDF, the meals were uniformly terrible, unhealthy, unpalatable, unsanitary, and often spoiled. Much of the time, inedible trays were just dumped in the trash. Those who had funds and outside support turned to equally unhealthy commissary purchases just to get by. Those who didn't went without. I'll note that in the hundreds of pages of answers DOC provided in response to this committee's questions, there are multiple DC Health Department reports that show the department out of compliance with requirements that, for instance, food be in good condition, safe, and unadulterated, and that note the presence of insects, rodents, and animals. This council session, Chair Pinto proposed a Fresh Starts Act to improve nutrition inside the DOC and ensure that food service and hospitality becomes a pathway to job skills training that people can use when released. Thank you for that, Chair Pinto. Director Faust's testimony today is that DOC is improving menus already based on resident feedback. There's good reason to treat that claim with skepticism. Director Faust testified previously that the jail's food meets federal nutrition guidelines and that legislative reforms are unnecessary and unaffordable. The director's testimony last year contradicted that of dozens of residents with direct experience of the food who showed up to testify about the DOC's nutritional negligence. Unfortunately, no one asked Director Faust then whether he'd commit to eating the same food as jail residents for a month or even a week or a day, or feed the same meals to his family. I hope one of the council members here will do that. This body has legislative language available to it which can be incorporated into the Secure DC Act that would require independent nutrition standards, mandate reporting, and hold DOC's feet to the fire, ensuring real nutritional improvements are made beyond a couple menu changes. We also know what the residents have said about the food because last year over 300 jail residents were surveyed about the food service. The results are damning, and the survey report is included with these remarks for the record. The major findings: 1, the food is unsafe. 2, most of it's being wasted. 3, people inside are hungry. 4, they get almost no fresh food. And 5, it's damaging their health. Please see the report. Very little of the money taxpayers hand Aramark actually ends up on food trays. A couple of dollars per person per day as far as anyone can tell. The rest goes to Aramark's salaries and overhead and profit. And you just can't feed people healthily or humanely for that little money. We can do better by bringing food service and procurement back in-house and partnering with local organizations the way Maine has done. Bringing food service back in-house also allows for expanded workforce training. It's part of the legislation now being proposed under Secure DC, and I know the city's active hospitality community will get behind this effort. DOC's testimony today that its contractors' existing into work and Serve Safe programs already meets those ends is too narrow and unsatisfactory. Serve Safe is about the most basic level of certification, and there's a lot more to be gained from hospitality partnerships with numerous community and business organizations in this city. Let's think bigger. It shouldn't be controversial for us to agree that people in the jail need to be treated like human beings, and that food in the jail can and should help heal people, not harm them. One more note, if you please. You need to hear from people directly inside the jail too, and we fully support the Washington Lawyers Committee's call for this committee and the DOC to implement a way for residents to testify directly at these hearings and to watch them in the jail. I appreciate the opportunity to offer my testimony today. I'm happy to answer any questions. I do have to depart at 5 for a CSOSA mandated probation requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosen. And if we don't get a chance to speak, thank you for all of your partnership over the year on a lot of these great ideas, and we'll keep moving.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Damon Donaldson Bay, public witness.
Hello. Hello, Councilperson Pinto and all other members in attendance. I would like to thank you and your colleagues for having me. My name is Damon Donaldson Bay, and I am a returning citizen, and I am also an advocate for the Unlock the Box Coalition's struggle to end solitary confinement within the DC Department of Corrections. I have personally experienced solitary confinement within the DC Department of Corrections and in the BOP and in state-sponsored prisons and private institutions. The DC Department of Corrections solitary confinement space is inhumane, it's torturous, and like it's become even worse. It's become even more harsher in the last 48, 50 years or so since the jail has been open. The DC jail solitary confinement tactics include verbal abuse, military-style physical assault. I'm talking about busting in your doors, busting your head. Your family can't see you. Your lawyer, they'll tell your lawyer that you are not there until you heal up. And this is a regular practice in the DC Department of Corrections. Sleep deprivation, leaving your lights on all night, banging on your door. That's the norm for people that are housed there. The Department of Corrections' attitude towards institutional safety and management is full of human rights violations. I mean, I could probably make a list of them. It would take 30 minutes to list them. So the time is now for us to correct our approach to institutional management. We have to evolve to a more effective strategy that offers us a genuine opportunity for rehabilitation and aligns with the rights afforded to all of us as fellow Americans and as human beings. So I'm asking this committee to hold a hearing on the Erase Act, which was originally proposed by Councilwoman Nadeau and 7 of her colleagues. I'm also asking that this hearing take place. We should hold this hearing before May the 2024. The time is now for us to collectively improve conditions at the DC jail and jails and prisons all over the world. And finally, I would like to mention something very important that was brought to my attention from people that are currently housed within the DC jail. They are complaining and saying that they are lacking access to participation in committee hearings such as this. So they would like for us to create some type of mechanism so that they can participate in the process, because the whole conversation, a lot of it is centered around them and their safety and their security. So solitary confinement is cruel and unusual. It's commonly practiced in jails all over the world, from the BOP to the Department of Corrections. But regardless of the jurisdiction, because they always say, well, this is the Department of Corrections. And I say this, regardless of the jurisdiction, whether it's the Department of Corrections, it could be San Quentin, it could be Guantanamo Bay. Torture is still torture. So I'm asking you, Councilwoman Pinto, and I challenge you and your colleagues to go to the DC jail and visit their solitary confinement area. And talk to them. Don't let them stonewall you. Don't talk to the staff. Don't talk to the PR people. Don't talk to the major. Talk to the prisoners. Listen to them. And don't just talk to everybody else. Talk to the people that are under those conditions. I thank y'all for y'all time. And I thank you for allowing me to be here with you today. Peace and blessings.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I agree. I think hearing from people who are at DOC is very important. I have gone there on several occasions to speak to residents. We have been working with DOC to try to improve access so that folks can testify at these hearings. We've accepted testimony via phone, via letter, going out to solicit it, both on the official record and for other conversations with people. So I agree with you, it's a very important part of the process that we take very seriously and are very proactive about working to solicit that feedback. Next, we are going to turn to Stephanie Cox Batson, MD, Chief Medical Officer of Unity Healthcare Inc.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Dr. Stephanie Cox Batson, the Chief Medical Officer at Unity Healthcare. I'm also an OBGYN that actively practices in the Department of Corrections. Thank you for holding today's hearing. And on behalf of Unity, I would like to thank Director Faust and Dr. Jordan for their ongoing collaboration and support. In 2006, Unity pioneered the first comprehensive community-oriented correctional health care model in the country at the DC DOC. This model has maintained high-quality care, accreditation, and national recognition. Together, the DOC and Unity have prioritized enhancing medical and mental health services for residents, fostering a culture of transformative healthcare delivery. Our commitment is vital given the challenges presented by the opioid crisis in the district. Over the past 2 years, the DOC has expanded Unity's substance use disorder program with funding from SAMHSA's state opioid response grant. In 2019, Unity treated an average of 90 patients per month for opioid use disorder. This number now soars to more than 260 per month. The substance use disorder program features peer navigators, certified addiction counselors, and dedicated men's and women's substance use disorder units, known as wellness units. Through a joint effort, healthcare services for residents begin with a comprehensive intake process. Medical providers stationed at the MPD Central Cell Block initiate early healthcare interventions. This holistic approach utilizes universal health assessments, prompt psychiatric evaluations, and the identification and treatment of infectious disease as part of initial early care delivery. Discharge is a crucial time as well. Discharge planning ensures continuity of care as individuals transition from the correctional facilities back to the community. This is particularly important for those battling opioid use disorder who face heightened risk post-release. To address this, DOC patients prescribed Suboxone receive a 30-day medication supply upon release, access to the buprenorphine drug assistance program, and an appointment with a community provider. Individuals on methadone seamlessly transition to local programs aided by warm handoffs and transportation if needed. These efforts highlight our commitment to care beyond what is provided in correctional settings and ensuring ongoing support and treatment and adherence which provide optimal outcomes. Unity provides access to comprehensive care, specialized services, and behavioral health interventions in the community post-release, which is imperative to eliminate gaps in care. Washington, D.C. has one of the highest hepatitis C rates in the country. Unity provides robust opt-out testing for hepatitis C, HIV, and other sexually transmitted infections. To date, Unity has screened over 8,000 residents for hepatitis C, and every patient we have fully treated has been cured. The DOC and Unity function as one of the district's largest medication-assisted treatment programs and mental health clinics. Our DOC patients often endure significant trauma from early childhood, with 76% of female residents reporting a history of interpersonal violence and/or sexual abuse. We collaborate with Dr. Joan Galise, a renowned expert in trauma-informed care, to ensure evidence-based, cutting-edge approaches to mental health and trauma support. We commend the DOC for its efforts in educating and training on trauma-informed practices. Unity also provides specialty services such as dentistry, ophthalmology, physical therapy, infectious disease, orthopedics, and on-site dialysis in the Department of Corrections. There is a chronic care program to provide treatment for chronic diseases such as diabetes and hypertension. In caring for patients with severe mental illness, Unity and the DOC have expanded medication options to include long-acting injectable antipsychotics. The monthly injections can eliminate the need for daily pills. The National Commission on Correctional Healthcare recognized the significance of this mental health formulary during their recent site visit. To enhance responsiveness and access, Unity and the DOC introduced 7-day-a-week, 24-hour-7 sick call services in every housing unit. This ensures residents' day-to-day medical needs and emergent needs are addressed promptly. The type of high-quality, patient-centered care that Unity provides at the DC DOC would not be possible without the ongoing support and collaboration and oversight provided by the DOC leadership. To adhere to time constraints, Unity has provided written testimony outlining our collaborative healthcare initiatives with the DOC, featuring insights into TAMAR, trauma, addictions, mental health, and recovery. We hope you review our submitted testimony, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cox-Batson. Next, we will turn to Todd Baldwin, attorney and president, Superior Court Trial Lawyers Association.
Thank you, Chairman Pinto. So I represent, good afternoon. My name is Todd Baldwin, and I am president of the Superior Court Trial Lawyers Association, a group of about 200 private practice attorneys who are appointed by the court to represent indigent criminal defendants in Superior Court of Washington. Criminal Justice Act attorneys, or CJA for short, represent the vast majority of defendants in the district and are not public defender or PDS attorneys. We work with the court, government agencies such as the United States Attorney's Office, the District's Attorney's General's Office, the Public Defender's Office, and most importantly, our clients, the defendants, to ensure that justice is served and our clients' rights protected. I've come to speak with you about the conditions at the Department of Corrections and the DC jail. While capacity at the central detention facility is a matter of debate, the last census was approximately 1,300 defendants and growing. Our clients tell us about overcrowding, lack of basic sanitation, and occasional abusive situations from corrections officers. With this latest rendition of the district's crime bill, the population is only going to increase. The conditions are horrendous, as many witnesses have told you already. However, in addition to that, there have been policies, procedures, and staffing shortages at the jail that have directly impacted our ability to do our job. Many times, attorneys sacrifice their weekend time to see clients at the jail for an upcoming court appearance or to review their cases. Sometimes, this is the only time they can see their clients for these important meetings. One of these policies has been that 2 of the 3 visiting halls used for attorney-client conferences have been closed for attorney visits on the weekends. This has resulted in attorneys waiting sometimes 2 to 3 hours or more to see their clients, time required to be billed by the client to the court. This type of inefficiency results in unnecessary waste and many times results in the attorney not being able to see his or her client at all after waiting too long to work within the attorney's schedule. In the past couple of days, the Department of Corrections has told the judges of Superior Court that they would significantly address this issue and improve access to the attorney visiting rooms, but we are waiting to see if actual improvement occurs. An additional idea that should be considered and has been raised with the Department of Corrections before. Adult detention facilities in Arlington, Fairfax, Alexandria, and many other counties in Northern Virginia allow attorneys to call into the jail to converse with their clients on a special attorney-client telephone line. This is a call-in only line, and each attorney who calls in has to do so from a verified attorney phone number. In addition to this, occasionally the attorney is required to give his or her bar number, and the jail verifies the attorney from a list of qualified attorneys. These calls do not need to be scheduled in advance, do not take place during certain hours, count times, and such, but are generally available for attorneys and clients to talk for a short time about important upcoming matters where a face-to-face visit is not required. This also saves the court a tremendous amount in compensating the attorney for travel to and from the jail, parking, processing, and waiting for the arrival of the client for what could be replaced by a 5 to 10 minute phone call. DC Jail has no such phone system and no way for an attorney to initiate a call to a client without scheduling that call a week or more in advance over Zoom. Attorneys understand the need for security and officer safety at the jail, of course we do. And we want to help with that when still providing excellent legal representation for our client that the court requires. We would simply ask that the Department of Corrections not impose policies that limit our ability to provide that representation in an effective and an efficient manner. I've also taken the names of many of the other witnesses, and I just want to say that I will be reaching out to many of them to try to incorporate and consolidate our efforts to work for a better DC jail. In light of that, I reserve the rest of my comments, and I'll wait for any questions the committee might have.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Baldwin, and thank you to everybody on this panel. I do have a couple of questions. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Fay, if you're still here, you talked about some of the issues in accessing clients over the weekend.
Yes.
And I'm curious if you have seen, if you represent clients in any other jurisdictions where you can do this and where you've seen that done best, most effectively to increase your opportunity to interact with your clients.
I do. So I practice in Maryland as well. And primarily in Maryland, I practice in Montgomery County and Prince George's. And the visiting situations there are quite different from DC, different from each other. In Montgomery County, visits are presumptively non-contact, so screening isn't even as much an issue. We actually have to send a letter to get a contact visit. So, I mean, when we go in to visit a client, we're going straight to a booth and then they bring the person straight down. And normally it takes no more than 10 or 15 minutes to bring the client down. It's efficient. It makes it more difficult to review discovery, but much easier to get in and talk to the client. The jail in Prince George's County has one visiting room built onto the side of each pod. The jail is laid out in sort of pods. And I know most of my practice has been in DC recently, but I know from talking to Maryland attorneys, there have been a number of complaints about waits, about that jail not being properly staffed, and about attorneys occasionally being forgotten about and left locked in the visiting room.
Wow. Well, thank you very much for sharing that. Mr. Donaldson Bay, are you still here? Okay, we may have lost him. I'll turn to you, Mr. Rosen, and I don't know if you have personal experience with this, but if you've heard from other folks, can you talk a little bit more about solitary confinement and the use of it at DOC and what you understand the process to be to land someone there?
In my experience, landing in solitary is often a rather discretionary sort of event, depending on which lieutenant is around at the time. I have spent time in solitary at the DC jail, roughly 3 or 4 weeks. Even calling it solitary, I think, is kind of a misnomer. When I was there, at least in 2016 and 17, solitary involved roughly 22 to 23 hours a day in a cell with another person, which is obviously a long time to be stuck in a small room with another person. Most people who land in solitary are not without some sort of ongoing issues, and so people are stressed. And 2 people together in that small a space for that long a time doesn't often work out very well. I did see a lot of use of solitary for housing transgender residents. There was often recreation on the pod in the middle of the night at 3 a.m., 5 a.m., so that it was almost impossible to call family members or speak to loved ones or get done many of the things you normally do during recreation periods on a normal cell block. It was also, I'm not surprised to hear about somebody starting fires. There's often no way to get the attention, at least there wasn't then, of a counselor, corrections officer, or anybody else in any position of administration or authority, even to just get a simple form. I'd like to get a grievance form. You could bang on your door all day long and not get that kind of attention for a simple request. So solitaries in the DC jail is, I don't know if it's worse than anywhere else. I've spent time in a few other facilities. It wasn't a pleasant experience, obviously. And the equating it to torture is not hyperbole. It is a source of toxic stress. And I don't think it's something that, DOC, like most corrections agencies, plays word games with how they use solitary. They refer to it by other names. I think Virginia's restoring to solitary now as restorative housing, which is just a pretty cruel joke. But that's what corrections agencies do. They put people in solitary when somebody breaks a rule and call it by another name to evade the kinds of oversight that legislative bodies or corrections agencies oversight agencies want to impose.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your experience with us. Very sorry to hear about that. Dr. Cox-Batson, I want to ask you in my final few seconds here about the intake process that you all are engaged in to determine when people have specific medical, physical, or mental needs, and how that initial intake process informs the services that you're able to provide?
Sure. When patients come into intake, we do have that staff with a qualified medical professional, usually a medical doctor or a nurse practitioner. The intake process not only involves a history, but also a physical exam and a mental health assessment. So this is part of that process. Also, within the first 30 days, for those people that identify as female or women, they also will, within 30 days, have a specific women's health exam done in that period of time. So once we have that baseline information from the patient or the resident, we're then able to triage them to the appropriate level of care at the Department of Corrections.
Okay, thank you very much. And how many patients and residents are you serving each week?
Sure. Well, each week I can tell you that in 2023, we served about 5,900 patients.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Donaldson Bay, I know we lost you for a moment. If you want to just add your 2 cents, as you can have the final word about solitary confinement and your experience, if you don't mind sharing with it within views.
Yes, other than just the physical separation from the general population, just the mental pressure that it puts on you, like separating you from everybody, you don't have no contact with nobody. Rarely do people even come to talk to you. I mean, people will bring you food, but that's normally just given to you and you move on. But psychologically, like it does something to you. When you're isolated from everybody, whoever came up with that concept had to have a diabolical mind and say, we're going to take this person, we're going to put him in this little room, and he's just going to sit there until like he rehabilitates himself. And we know that that's not going to happen, because rehabilitation means being fit to function in society. So if you take a young kid that's been taken away from society for so long, he wasn't fit to function 9 times out of 10 before he left. So how can he go to prison and be rehabilitated if he was never rehabilitated to begin with? And just putting them in solitary confinement doesn't help them. It doesn't offer them no alternatives, no tools, no resources. There's no mentors. We have people that are like counselors and all of that, but they don't. That's just another fancy word for police or correctional officer, because all of them think force first and help later. And I just think that it needs to be outlawed. So the new practice they're doing now is they'll put a cellie in there with you and say, hey, well, it's not solitary confinement no more because you're not by yourself. But it's a space that's barely enough for one person. So now you're trying to force 2 people in there. And it just doesn't make sense. And it's been going on for so long, for decade after decade after decade, and we have to find a new approach. We have to have new minds involved with new ideas, because this just stop and frisk. This is like the new laws that they passed, like just tough on crime initiatives don't work. It doesn't prove that the data is lower. It doesn't prove that the crime rates go down. Crimes are being committed, not just by people that are out, like nobody's deterred by, hey, we're going to give you 30 years, because they don't believe that they're going to get caught. So we have to come up with alternative ways in which us all as a community, every perspective, can be involved in mass incarceration, because it's the biggest thing that happened to us in America since the transatlantic slave trade. 1 out of every 7 families have a member that's incarcerated or formerly incarcerated. 2 out of every 3 persons are impacted. We all know the numbers. The United States is only 5% of the world's population, 25% of the prisoners' population. So 1 out of every 4 people locked up on the planet Earth is locked up in the United States of America. So what can we do to curb this trend? Because our incarceration numbers are constantly going up, but our STEM scores are constantly going down. We're not producing scientists, technicians, engineers, and mathematicians. We're producing basketball players and rappers and prisoners. So we have to do something about that. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you.
Councilmember, if I might just add one thing.
Mr. Baldwin, we're many hours behind schedule, so I'm trying to keep us. You can go ahead very briefly, but then we've got to move on to the next panel.
I was just going to say, despite my protestations and looking at his case, one of my clients was on solitary confinement from October of last year until the end of January this year. And that's for basically baseless charges made up by one particular corrections officer. It's unconscionable. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you very much. We will look into that as well. thank you, everybody on this panel for all of the work that you do and your perspective. Sorry we didn't get a chance to get to everybody with follow-up questions, but I appreciate you all being here. Make sure to send your copy of your testimony to the committee staff if you have not already. We're now going to move on to our next panel of public witnesses. Edwin Chapman, William Lightfoot, Tracy Velasquez, Tony Johnson, Taylor Newbell, Valerie Coates, David Schultz, and Joan Gillespie. Give you all a moment to join. Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started with Tracy Velasquez, Policy Director at Council for Court Excellence.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and other members of the committee. My name is Tracy Velasquez, and I am, as you mentioned, Policy Director at the Council for Court Excellence. Today, I want to discuss three important topics related to oversight of the Department of Corrections. First, progress towards improving behavioral health care and reentry services at the jail. Second, the need for more transparency and participation regarding the pre-design process underway for a new facility to replace the aging DC jail. And third, the need for more information excuse me, about DC's use of restrictive housing, which you've heard quite a bit about already so far this afternoon. First, CCE worked with the DC auditor to research and publish a report in 2020 that made recommendations to DOC and the Department of Behavioral Health related to the provision of substance use services and connections to care. CCE recently finished an evaluation of progress made on those recommendations, which will be released in the coming weeks. And through DOC's responses, we learned of the implementation of universal opioid screenings and specialized behavioral health units, which Dr. Cox-Batson refers to earlier in her testimony, as well as some anticipated policy changes to improve information sharing. We also learned that there is a serious shortage of treatment beds for those with acute needs. While there is clearly progress being made by the DOC, we know that there can be more done to ensure continuity of substance use care for people coming into, living at, and leaving the jail. Additionally, we are encouraged by the work the DOC has planned for 2024 on workforce development and reentry planning. And there was some discussion of the Ready Center and its programs earlier. We would welcome DOC as a partner in our Second Chance Hiring Alliance. And we also hope that these aspects of DOC's work that help reduce recidivism are adequately resourced and receive the oversight and evaluation they need to make real impacts. Second, every member of this committee knows and has heard that the current DC jail is dangerous, unhealthy, and expensive to maintain. To address this, in fiscal year 2023, the district dedicated capital funding for a new facility, and that DOC and the Department of General Services, DGS, have hired a qualified contractor, CGL Companies, to work on this. CGL met with the District Task Force on Jails and Justice, which CCE facilitates, in May of 2023, and shared some of the progress made so far, including plans to survey jail residents and its staff. At that time, CGL reported that this pre-design phase would be complete in April 2024, and that architectural design phase would soon follow. We note in the agency's responses to this committee that DOC said that CGL is finalizing the programming document and is on track to complete its work this spring, but that the design programs and services that will be available at the new annex have not yet been finalized. We believe there should be robust public participation in DOC and DGS's process for determining the new facility's design and programming. The task force, of which you have been a member, Councilwoman Pinto, has recommended a new facility that would be substantially different from the current one, utilizing innovative, restorative, and evidence-based practices to create a safer, healthier place that supports recovery and growth. CCE would be happy to work with DOC, DGS, and the Council to develop and facilitate a SHRED or other vehicle for community input, as well as to collect and share best practices and innovations in correctional facility design from across the US and the world, both for general and special populations, such as people with behavioral health needs. Finally, we wanted to share with this committee our concerns regarding accessible data and information collection at DOC related to its use of restrictive housing. That DOC and DGS are currently planning a new correctional facility means district leaders must soon decide whether it will include units designed for restrictive or solitary confinement. As was mentioned in previous testimony, there is currently legislation pending as well. CCE sought information on the use of various forms of solitary confinement through the Freedom of Information Act request to DOC. But unfortunately, after 2 years of requests, DOC ultimately provided quite limited information regarding its use of solitary. And what we did find out was troubling. For example, we learned that the average length of stay in segregated housing in fiscal year 2021 was 49 days, over 3 times longer than the UN considers maximum time a person should be held in solitary. And 29 people that year were released directly to the community from segregation, which has been shown to have detrimental impacts such as homelessness, joblessness, and a greater likelihood of recidivism, since those released may not have had access to programming. We also received no information about races and ages of people in restricted housing, the number of pregnant women there, the number of people in segregation who tried to or succeeded in hurting themselves or committing suicide. We will have more data on this when we release our response report and responses, but we really would like to see more oversight of this issue, and we hope that the DOC will collect and share more data on its use of restricted housing in the future. This concludes my testimony, and thank you very much, and I'll stay on for any questions you might have later.
Thank you very much, Ms. Velasquez. Is Edwin Chaplin here? Okay. Okay, next we will go to Tony Johnson, President and CEO, Captivate Perspectives Corporation.
Hello, Honorable Council Member Brooke Pinto, and to your other esteemed colleagues who serve on the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Dr. Tony Johnson, and I serve as President and CEO for Captivate Perspectives, which is a DC-based small minority firm located in the Chinatown area of downtown DC. Captivate Perspectives specializes in workforce development training and small program and project design and management services. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony for this February 7th, 2024 performance oversight hearing. The DC Department of Corrections has made significant contributions towards youth and adult programming in its secure facilities. Captivate Perspectives offers workforce development programming for individuals in DOC custody, as well as those upon release at the Ready Center. We are working with 4 housing units designed for programming, which include the Lead Up, Lead Out unit, the Young Men Emerging unit, the Better and Beyond Women's Reentry unit, and the Transitional Assistance Program for Men unit. Residents in each of these programs are within 120 days to 4 months of release. Captivate programs include hospitality and tourism, core construction, math for the workplace, and employability skills. They receive workforce training throughout the week. As of today, we have served 239 DOC residents. Director Thomas Faust and Deputy Director Jacqueline Williams continue to be very supportive and provide excellent leadership for programming at DOC. Our work includes preparing DOC justice-impacted residents for reentry into DC communities through enhanced employability and skills training. The aim of the Workforce Development Program is in tandem with the strategies to decrease recidivism in the District of Columbia. Captivate Perspectives is pleased to be able to offer these services in tandem with other services. As we are aware, working with justice-involved individuals takes a multifaceted approach to make a meaningful and positive impact. Through targeted programming, treatments, and services, this strengthens our continuum of care work. We will continue this important work with DC residents by providing training and supports. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto and the members of the Committee on the Judiciary for the opportunity to provide this testimony today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Next, let's see. Next, we'll turn to Valerie Coates, Program Manager, Georgetown University Prisons and Justice Initiative.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Valerie Coates. I work for the Georgetown University Prisons and Justice Initiative, otherwise known as PJI, managing the Prison Scholars Program at the DC Jail. I'll be sharing testimony today regarding our partnership with the DOC, specifically to share the history of the Scholars Program and significant milestones made through 2023 and 24. PJI's mission is to empower currently and formerly incarcerated people by providing access to education and employment, and by advocating for just outcomes in the legal system. We envision a world in which our past do not dictate our future trajectory or limit access to lifelong opportunities to learn and grow. In 2018, The Scholars Program began as a pilot, offering non-credit courses in CTF. It quickly expanded into a robust year-round education program with non-credit and credit-bearing courses, plus a weekly guest lecture series. Courses are offered in a variety of liberal arts topics through the Georgetown College of Arts and Sciences. Students participate in classes while they await trial, serve misdemeanor sentences, or prepare to return to society after a longer period of incarceration in the federal prison system. Upon release, PJI works with scholars to support their reentry. We offer 2 full-time reentry education programs, which grant certificates to the graduates and facilitates their placement in full-time employment in those industries. A recent recurring award from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants has allowed us to also provide direct support to our scholars in critical areas such as housing, food, transportation, childcare, and more. The Scholars Program is a rare example of an equal opportunity prison education program where men and women participate in classes together. This allows for balance in class discussions and promotes equity in the facility. I've personally witnessed major shifts in mindset and maturity through the co-ed design of this program. The students have also shared that they feel more prepared to join the workforce and interact with people from multiple backgrounds. Both ANC commissioners elected in the jail for Ward 7, Joelle Castone and Shamika Hayes, are Georgetown scholars. Many former students report gainful employment for themselves, including Holleen Flowers, who after serving 22 years is an artist, poet, and activist whose talent is recognized globally. Others work for nonprofit organizations, including PJI, where 2 former scholars are currently working to give back to their community. One student, Keontae Lewis, was just 19 years old when he applied for scholars. He said being admitted was really special for him because he was not welcoming to the idea of going to college. After participating in 3 semesters, Keontae earned a total of 21 credits and maintained a 3.95 GPA. At a celebration marking the end of the academic year, he said, "I am grateful and honored to have had this opportunity to participate in the program." Keontae was just released on January 21st, and he and I have been working on his undergraduate application for Howard University. To recap 2023, we started the spring semester offering 6 courses, 4 credit-bearing and 2 non-credit courses. Additionally, 15 students were selected to participate in a unique mixed class called The Forgotten Humanity of Prisoners, taught by the director of PJI, Mark Howard. In this course, students from the Georgetown main campus visit the DC jail and participate in class with the incarcerated students for an immersive learning experience. In the summer of 2023, we partnered with MIT's Brave Behind Bars program to accredit a coding and web design course. Students learned the basics of front-end programming and built web pages from scratch. In the fall of 2023, we introduced a brand new public policy course through Georgetown's McCourt School of Public Policy. Professors in the program mirror their course content from Georgetown's main campus, and their experiences teaching in the jail are always overwhelmingly positive due to student performance and engagement. One of the finance professors, Mike Ryan, has stated, "Unlike the undergrads, my students in the jail are very, very active. Everybody has a point of view, and at every point, we all learn from each other." Through the year of 2023, a total of 45 students earned 357 college credits. These credits are transferable to any higher education opportunity or institution should the student continue pursuing their education. At the beginning of 2024, we expanded our offerings to a programming unit, Southeast 1, in CDF, creating opportunities for all residents at the jail to pursue higher education. The Scholars Program and prison education in general is backed by a large body of research that confirms the positive impact of college education in jails and prisons. These programs reduce recidivism, increase employment prospects for returning citizens, and help to foster a more rehabilitative carceral environment, ultimately creating safer communities and stronger families. Georgetown is uniquely positioned as an established institution with proximity to Washington lawmakers to continue expanding this partnership with the DOC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coates. David Schultz, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto. My name is David Schultz, and I'm a returning citizen whose journey from incarceration to becoming the Director of Reentry Services at Changing Perception is deeply intertwined with the transformative impact of programming within correctional facilities. Upon my release from incarceration, I took part in the Georgetown University Pivot Program. Graduating from the Georgetown University Pivot Program, marked a pivotal moment in my reentry journey, inspiring me to dedicate my efforts to helping others in similar positions. As a dedicated advocate for justice-impacted individuals, I have the privilege of working with transformative nonprofit organizations like Negotiation Works, Changing Perceptions, and the Frederick Douglass Project for Justice. Through these initiatives, we empower individuals inside the jail with negotiation and self-advocacy skills, address critical needs post-release, and foster meaningful human connections with the current residents of DC jail and members of the community. As a returning citizen, I know firsthand the positive impact these programs have on fostering rehabilitation and breaking down barriers. Programming in the DC jail is vital because it provides individuals within the jail essential skills, education, and personal development opportunities. It serves as a bridge for individuals to build a foundation for successful reentry by adjusting factors such as employability, education, and self-improvement. By focusing on rehabilitation and growth during incarceration, programming becomes a key component in breaking the cycle of recidivism, empowering individuals to integrate into society with a better chance for success. I implore the Council to recognize the indispensable role of programming in correctional facilities, both in the broader context of successful reentry and as a significant aspect of my personal reintegration journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Joan Jalisi, public witness. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Galise.
Joan Galise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. And I'm Dr. Joan Galise. I'm the director of the Center for Innovation and Health Policy and Practice at the National Association of State Mental Health Program Directors. I thank you, Madam Chairperson, for allowing me the opportunity to talk about the work that I've been doing for several years at the DC Department of Corrections. I also have to thank your wonderful staff, Ms. Benjamin, who has been incredibly patient with me, helping me coordinate my schedule. And she's just, I really think what public service is really about. She was just fantastic. So I certainly appreciate her. So our work is a bit different as we aim to educate the staff, officers, administrators, and incarcerated individuals on the prevalence and impact of trauma and adverse experiences in their lives. When we talk about trauma, we're referring to the experience of violence, abuse, neglect, abandonment, poverty, inequity, racism, on experiences that are oftentimes overwhelming to the individual. It's also very clear that many individuals who have experienced such profound traumatic events often find relief through substances to escape the pain. Unfortunately, addiction can also intensify and cause more trauma, driving individuals deeper into addiction to temporarily escape overwhelming symptoms. Our work at the facility addresses those symptoms, which could be anything from self-injury to violence to using substances that frequently can be linked to unresolved traumatic events. We provide the explanation they need to understand the meaning behind behavior. Rather than coercive interventions, we realize the importance of helping individuals understand that it's often not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you, giving hope that healing and recovery is possible. For the past several years, I've also been providing weekly training at the Academy for new hires and ongoing education for current employees. The interactive class has been as much about the stress as their own stress as it has been about the incarcerated individuals. We are hoping that peer support will be yet another innovation introduced to support staff and enhance morale. We have provided the same training on units with officers and residents together. At the conclusion of one of our sessions, the officers and residents agreed that one thing that they could do immediately was to treat each other with dignity and respect. I can honestly say it's been one of the most remarkable experiences in my over 30 years doing this work. I have many stories that I could share on the powerful lessons learned when we understand one another and these kind of experiences that occur through this kind of engagement. The facility is also implementing a trauma-focused psychoeducational program called TAMAR. The acronym is Trauma, Addiction, Mental Health, and Recovery. We are on the women's unit as well as the men's recovery and step-down unit. This 15-session group intervention helps individuals understand the meaning behind behavior and provides self-regulation strategies to reduce anxiety and stress. We've also trained officers to co-facilitate the groups with clinicians. The officers have been incredibly supportive, engaged in this culture shift that we're attempting to create. The support from the administration, the deputy wardens, and medical director has been extraordinary. We plan to keep moving forward, providing training to staff on every unit, as well as providing TAMWAR groups throughout the facility. We've also developed a workbook that have been putting on tablets and distributed to new detainees. The workbook, much like the TAMWAR program, provides written material on the prevalence and symptoms of trauma, introducing self-regulation strategies we hope can make a difference in stress levels to keep the environment calm, reduce violence, and prevent re-traumatization. We strive to reduce the violence, enhance morale, instill hope, and bring about the dignity and respect suggested by our first unit training. I'm happy to provide additional materials, including videos, training manuals, and workbooks to further describe our work. There is much the jail can be proud of, and I look forward to playing a small role. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, my internet froze my notes here. I want to reload these. But I want to thank all of you on this panel for your testimony, and look forward to working together throughout the year as we improve things at DOC. I think we've heard a lot of consistency today about some of the ways that we need to go with DOC, with conditions, with food access, with healthcare. And so I appreciate that. I wanted to ask you, Valerie, if you can elaborate a little bit on your experience with programming at DOC. Have you had any or seen any issues with students being brought to class? And if you see improvements, are we heading in the right direction?
Yeah, thanks. I will say, you know, it's a hit or miss. Some days are better than others. And I think, you know, being an advocate in the facility helps. And I can kind of, you know, work with our other DOC partners and education administrators like Jason McCready and Tabitha Burnett to help kind of encourage more regular or consistent movement. But yes, there are delays regularly with bringing students to class, and it does impact not only the professors and all of the planning that they put the classes, you know, to develop curriculum and all of that, but it eats into the classroom time. So they're still expected to end, you know, at whatever time is set, but whatever delays are on the front end, they're not accounted for. So it's a toss-up.
Okay. We'll look forward to speaking more about that with you as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I want to thank you all again. We're going to have to move on to our government panel panelists, but I really appreciate your testimony and being here today. So we are now going to turn to our government witnesses. Excuse me for one moment. Okay, we are going to do them in separate panels. So first we'll speak to Katya Seminova from the Public Defender Service. Ms. Seminova, thank you so much for joining us. I'll invite you to, actually before I'll swear you in separately. Sorry. All right. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide the council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll now invite you to make any opening statement you have.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Katerina Semyonova, Special Counsel to the Director on Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this oversight hearing. Our testimony this year repeats many of the issues that we raised in prior years. It remains the case that the Department of Corrections is entirely locally run, meaning the terrible conditions, lack of adequate medical care, punitive system of discipline are entirely the fault and responsibility of the district. The district has complete control over the system, and the only reason that it remains a horrific environment that furthers despair and harms the physical and mental health of residents is a lack of will by district actors to change this system. PDS's testimony will focus on impediments to legal visits for individuals on disciplinary units, the treatment of residents on disciplinary units, the grievance process, and the agency's deliberate hiding of information from the public. DOC often deprives residents who are on disciplinary status of effective legal visits and subjects them to inhumane circumstances during legal visits. For many clients who are on disciplinary status or special handling, legal visits are conducted while they are in a locked metal cage and speaking on a phone with their wrists handcuffed and attached to a chain that goes around their waist. Their feet are also shackled, despite the fact that they are forced to sit in a locked cage. Residents have to hold the phone between their handcuffed hands or prop the phone against their shoulder. It makes legal visitation physically painful and also ineffective. Because of the poor quality of the phones, residents have a hard time hearing the conversation or hearing video that lawyers may need to play on their computers. They are also not able to review documents that their lawyer may bring or review video without further physical strain or in a manner that is effective for representation. There are also severe issues with privacy in this setting. When lawyers request to have the handcuffs removed, those requests are typically rejected. PDS has raised these issues with the Department of Corrections by arguing against the uniform practice of requiring client visitation in cages when clients are on disciplinary status. While DOC has agreed to allow visitation of status clients in regular rooms, this has all been subject to space and DOC's willingness to open visitation rooms and floors. The failure to create sufficient space and prioritize staffing for legal visits, in addition to DOC's decision to inhumanely treat residents, leads to these conditions for attorney-client visitation. Even when lawyers are able to see their clients who are on disciplinary status in visitation rooms, those clients attend those visits in full handcuffs and leg irons. Again, it makes basic communication and the review of documents and video more difficult and physically painful. These practices by DOC are dehumanizing, inhumane, and impede constitutionally mandated representation. With respect to disciplinary units, under the label of disciplinary segregation, DOC inflicts harsh punishment on residents. Residents are held in solitary confinement. They cannot leave their cells for programming and group recreation. PDS clients have reported that they do not receive meals in a timely manner, that they are subject to unreasonable and frequent strip searches. Under DOC regulations, they must move through the jail in full restraints and be strip searched after legal visits. In addition to persistent issues regarding visitation, individuals in disciplinary housing continue to lack basic needs like showers. Individuals on disciplinary units report being denied showers for days, particularly during weekends when staffing is low. People have also been denied showers even after they've been exposed to chemical sprays by corrections officers. Claims about low staffing levels are also cited as the reason that people in disciplinary units are confined to their cells for extended periods of time, even though individuals on disciplinary segregation spend nearly all of their time already in their cells and go to recreation by themselves in a cage. Multiple clients have reported that corrections officers threaten to beat them. Individuals also face backed up toilets and sinks that leave them in unsanitary and vile conditions. Individuals on disciplinary units are also denied education, even when they are under age 22, qualify for special education, and should be working to attain a high school diploma. If DOC residents who are enrolled at Maya Angelou receive a disciplinary sanction, they are transferred to restrictive housing units either at DC Jail or CTF. Once on disciplinary housing units, they stop getting transported for school. At times, students only receive packets, thereby denying them access to specialized instruction that is required by their IEP. Students in restrictive housing also miss the related services required by their IEP. At other times, students in restrictive housing are transported to the restrictive housing education space where only 2 students can receive instruction at a time. Students describe being chained to the floor during instruction time. It is extremely difficult for students to make any progress in this setting. Further, if special education students do graduate from Maya Angelou and they are in maximum security, they are immediately transferred to the GC jail and they cannot take advantage of post-secondary education programs offered at CTF. As PDS has testified in prior years, too many people remain in disciplinary housing for far too long. They are also frequently placed in disciplinary housing without any notice of the alleged behavior that resulted in the movement or an opportunity to be heard. Individuals at CTF are immediately moved to pre-hearing restrictive housing following an allegation of a disciplinary infraction. According to DOC's answers to oversight questions, typically more than 200 people cycle through disciplinary housing each month. PDS represents individuals on Class 1 infractions in the Department of Corrections. Emerging adults aged 18 to 24 made up more than 42% of individuals charged with Class 1 infractions during the first quarter of fiscal year 2024. This population in particular needs developmentally appropriate programming and guidance to maintain clear conduct and to make progress while at DOC. Despite the readily apparent needs of this population, DOC has not expanded successful units such as Young Men Emerging, which was created by an IRA recipient and provided mentorship and rehabilitative programming to young men in the DOC. DOC also does not focus on peer mentorship or similar programming that would help emerging adults. Prior to the pandemic, DOC relied on individuals who were residing in DOC due to soon-to-be pending or pending IRA petitions to work voluntarily as mentors on housing units such as YME. IRA petitioners, who are mostly men in their 40s, have decades of experience in working towards rehabilitation in harsh prison environments. The mentorship relationships between IRA petitioners and emerging adults in detention helped young people adjust to detention and begin a process of growth. To date, the DOC has been silent on recreating these mentorship relationships and has done nothing to advocate for federal entities housing IRA petitioners to have them house IRA petitioners in DOC custody while they work with their lawyers on their cases. Given that DOC has largely dismantled these reforms and given up on partnering with IRA petitioners as mentors, it is not surprising that young people make up such a large percentage of people in disciplinary segregation. Recently, DOC has also refused to follow its own regulations on the timing of disciplinary hearings. For example, this week, residents on disciplinary segregation who are pending a hearing had their hearings delayed for a week because of an administrative closure of the DOC's adjustment board. Therefore, while residents who are in administrative detention have a right to a disciplinary hearing within 7 business days of the alleged offense, that time was extended for another 7 days while residents are waiting in pre-hearing detention. DOC's reason for the closure, a general facility search, does not justify this action. Searches are a common aspect of running a local jail. They cannot be a basis to deprive individuals of their due process rights. DOC's decision to disregard its own regulations and to disregard the enormous impact on individuals is part of what drives more disciplinary infractions, despair, and substance abuse in the facilities. With respect to the grievance policy, for years, DOC now has said that it was in the process of updating its grievance policy. DOC's answers to this year's oversight questions make the same claim. DOC now states that the grievance policy is in the final approval phase for proposed revisions. The revisions to the policy will eliminate a step and make the policy a 3-step process for residents. Advocates have requested these changes and other changes to the grievance policy for years, and DOC has failed to make changes. Rather than stating that reform will happen at some unknowable time in the future, DOC should change the grievance system now without further delay. The committee should have DOC's new policy statement on its grievance policy when DOC returns before this committee in several weeks for its budget hearing. It is not complicated. Further delay should not be accepted by the council. The DOC's current grievance policy has 4 separate steps that residents must go through to reach a final resolution. Each step requires the resident to submit the paperwork that they received from DOC in the prior step. Each grievance filed by a resident can only include 1 issue. The deadlines for responses by the resident vary depending on whether DOC responded to the grievance. Even if a resident moves to the next step of the DOC grievance process, as soon as DOC is required to respond, the DOC process still takes 80 business days, meaning a minimum of 112 calendar days to get to a final resolution. The process also takes longer than 112 days if any holidays fall within that time period. It also takes longer if DOC requests an extension. This timeline deprives many individuals of the right to resolution. Under its own data, the majority of women have a length of stay that is less than 91 days, as do 45% of men. By virtue of how long it takes, the grievance process will deny the majority of detained women the right to grieve the conditions of their confinement. DOC's grievance policy is out of line with other jurisdictions. For example, in West Virginia, the Department of Corrections has a grievance process that involves 3 steps and 20 business days to reach a final resolution. But the council has heard all of this before from PDS. The DOC has heard this before. The time to change the grievance policy has long passed. It should take no more than 20 days to reach a final resolution. If the West Virginia Department of Corrections with 3 times the population can do it, so can the Department of Corrections in DC. The lack of a functional grievance process should also be troubling to the council because of the conduct of DOC as an agency. DOC lacks transparency and fights to keep secret policies and information that should be public in a functioning democracy. For instance, over a year ago, a PDS staff member submitted a FOIA request for DOC's use of force in segregated housing policies, along with data and information about how DOC used force against residents. DC residents deserve to know how their agencies are authorized to use force against them and place them in solitary confinement and the circumstances under which they do use force. And residents of the DC jail need this information in pretrial and post-trial proceedings where it can help the decision maker. Under DC's Freedom of Information Act, these are public records. Yet in a blanket denial of the FOIA request, DOC refused to make any of this information public. PDS took DOC to court, where we explained that DOC was not acting in line with other law enforcement agencies, including DOJ and BOP, whose use of force policies are public. Nevertheless, DOC fought in court for 6 months to keep these policies and data secret until the court ordered DOC to turn them over as public records. The court found that DOC had unlawfully withheld these records and ordered the agency to provide them immediately. DOC's flagrant disregard of public records law and furtherance of secrecy is antithetical to democratic norms. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Seminova, and for your consistent advocacy for improvements. I want to first ask you about legal visits. And I know you talked about this in your testimony, and we also heard from public witnesses earlier today about some of these issues. Do you or anyone in your office have experience at DOC in either the past or in other correctional facilities that you've seen handle visits much more effectively? And as it relates to DC and our DOC, has the situation with visits gotten worse, or it's stayed the same, or gotten better?
I would say that everything that I have heard today shows that it has gotten worse. I was frequently in the DC jail and CTF 6-7 years ago, and multiple floors were open at a time. The idea that only one floor can be open, that only clients can only be seen on the floor in which they are housed. There have been issues over the years with different staff members saying that, but as a blanket policy, that is relatively new. And I think it speaks volumes that lawyers are here testifying about how difficult it is to see clients. Lawyers must see their clients on the weekend. So only having one visitation floor open, which has, I believe, 5 visitation rooms, is just untenable in a facility that has 1,300 or more people. And I have no experience in other jurisdictions, but that definitely appears to be worse than prior years.
And what is the rationale that they provide, other than spacing constraints, about weekend visits?
I don't know that there is a rationale for that. There are visitation rooms on 3 floors. One of the floors is much smaller than the others and has less space, but I don't know that there is there's no acceptable rationale. And I don't know what their rationale would be.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll discuss this with DOC.
And I can definitely get more information as well from trial lawyers who are there day to day, just as Mr. Baldwin had testified to, who are really experiencing the brunt of these issues.
Okay, thank you very much. So in terms of programming and the need for additional improved programming and for larger cohorts, you talked about some of these programs not being implemented well. Can you elaborate on kind of what you're seeing as some of the barriers, and what the first few steps should be to implementing or programming it much more effectively?
So one of the things that that we have testified to in prior years as well is that there should be programming available, educational programming available for every single person, not just for individuals who have special education needs, but so every single person who is in DOC custody who does not have a high school diploma should have access to a path to achieve a high school diploma. So there is GED available to some degree within DOC. The ability to access the curriculum in through a GED depends on an individual's already incoming educational level. So it can be much harder to access, and it's generally done through self-study. It's my understanding that it's not taught. And so educational programming that is taught by a teacher through a high school diploma program is what we have advocated for in the past, and that would be a much more robust thing for DOC to provide to every single individual.
Okay.
That opportunity, excuse me.
Right. And are you hearing from clients about other subject matter interests that you think should be expanded for programming and training?
It's certainly what we have heard in the past. I have not focused on that in this testimony, and I hope to come back at the budget hearing and talk in depth about programming and what we are seeing.
Okay, that would be great. That would be great. Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. We're gonna keep moving because we are a bit behind schedule. But I really appreciate you being here, and we have a copy of your testimony as well. So thank you for submitting that today.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to turn to Director Faust. Director Faust, if you are with us, give you a moment to come back. Great, hi. And Director Faust, I see you have some other folks there with you. Are they planning on answering questions?
Yes, they'll both, two deputy directors that will take the oath with me.
Okay, great. And could you each share your names and positions for the record?
Michelle Wilson, Deputy Director of Administration. Jacqueline Williams, Deputy Director for Education, Programs and Case Management.
Great, thank you all. All right, I will now swear you all in, so you can keep yourself off of mute. Hold on one moment. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Director Faust, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. First, I'd like to offer congratulations on passage of the DC Secure Act yesterday. I am Tom Faust, Director of the District of Columbia Department of Corrections. Joining me today are Deputy Directors Michelle Wilson and Jacqueline Williams, along also with Anthony Norman, who is here, who is our OCFO Agency Fiscal Officer. Thank you for inviting me to testify today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser and to highlight the department's performance during fiscal year 2023. DOC operates the Central Detention Facility, the Correctional Treatment Facility, the Central Cell Block, and contracts with the Fairview Residential Reentry Center for the community corrections placement of female residents. During fiscal year 2023, the CDF maintained an average daily population of 964 adult male residents, and the CTF housed an average daily population of 363 adult male and female residents. The core mission of DOC is to provide a safe, secure, and humane environment for residents and staff housed and working within our correctional facilities. In achieving this goal, our team remains focused and deliberate as we institute critical safety and security protocols while also prioritizing the delivery of quality education and reentry services, substance use, health, and behavioral health services. During the first quarter of fiscal year 23, DOC underwent a full on-site audit by the American Correctional Association's Commission on Accreditation and Corrections, which establishes national standards for the safe and effective operation of state, local, federal, and private facilities. The initial phase of the audit involved a review of over 360 standards, with DOC achieving full 100% compliance with all mandatory standards. In January of 2023, the final phase of the process was completed, resulting in our formal accreditation by the Commission on Standards on Accreditation. This accomplishment is important not only because most jails are not nationally accredited, only about 12%, but also because the largest facility under our oversight, the Central Detention Facility, was built over 48 years ago and presents challenges that require our team and a host of partner organizations to work collaboratively to ensure the infrastructure and supporting systems are effectively maintained. It is important that I acknowledge during every performance hearing that our core mission can only be met with the hard work and dedication of a team of focused and valued corrections professionals. To honor and recognize their accomplishments during 2023, the department held a correctional excellence ceremony, during which special awards were given to individuals and work teams in categories including execution of life-saving efforts, safeguarding our facilities, exemplary service, and demonstrating innovation. I strongly support recognition events such as this because the work of our corrections professionals, which directly impacts the health, well-being, and safety of our neighborhoods and communities, takes tremendous commitment and is sometimes overlooked and taken for granted. Thank you to all our DOC employees. As we acknowledge the work of our hardworking team members, there is also an awareness of challenges they face each and every day in carrying out their duties and responsibilities. To support our workforce, during FY23, we recruited, and now in early FY24, we have hired an experienced wellness coordinator who will provide support to DOC staff through specialized programming and connections to critical services and supports. Before moving into further discussion of critical agency functions, I'd like to begin by highlighting population trends which directly impact day-to-day operations. During the past few months, FY23 and 24 to date, there has been a marked increase in the resident jail population. From the last quarter of FY23 in July to present day, our total DOC population has increased from an average of about 1,390 to today's population count of 1,805, an increase of over 400 or about 29%. CTF Annex Project. Our work on the CTF Annex Project is ongoing with Department of General Services and their architectural program consultant, CGL companies. The vision for the project is to create a rehabilitative facility with a state-of-the-art design for living space, comprehensive programming, and health and mental health services. The DOC team has conducted both resident and staff surveys developed in partnership with CGL, covering such topics as education, programming, medical and mental health services, daily activities, transportation, and reentry services. The initial programming and conceptual design phase for this project is on track to conclude sometime during spring 2024, which will lead into the development and issuance of an architect engineering RFP for full design services. Phased construction activities are projected at this time to commence on first quarter of FY 2027. Restrictive housing. We continue to institute policy and operational changes to reduce the use of restrictive housing, with numbers continuing to remain significantly lower than historic highs, despite increases in those at risk for restrictive housing placement. Our multidisciplinary restrictive housing work group team plays a crucial role in conducting in-depth interviews and reviews of existing practices and policies, reviewing post orders, determining staff training requirements, and using data to inform the decision-making process. One recommendation of the group involved the opening of a restrictive housing step-down unit to create a bridge between restrictive housing and returning back to the general population housing. The unit will offer mental health services and other programming to individuals deemed ready for the transition back to general population. A unit has been identified and is being prepared for resident occupation beginning in April of this current year. The special management unit also opened as part of our restrictive housing reform efforts and continues to operate efficiently. This unit houses individuals with nonviolent or separation issues pending a hearing, with these residents receiving all regular on-unit privileges. We now also house individuals awaiting administrative or disciplinary hearings on a pre-hearing unit, where again, they retain full privileges, pending the outcome of their scheduled hearing. As a result of all these efforts, I'm very proud that our restrictive housing over the past 2 years has gone from about 12% of the total jail population to now only 3.3%. Currently, we have 59 individuals out of a total population of 1,800. Again, very, very significant reductions that we continue to work on restrictive housing only for those who absolutely, as a last resort, have to have restricted housing status. To remain safe and secure facilities, we remain fully focused on curbing the introduction of contraband. Detection, interdiction, and recovery efforts are given high priority, with our teams conducting daily cell and housing unit searches, executing strategic search and contraband recovery operations, continuing escorted movement protocols, and using cell phone scanning and enhanced detection devices, and other intelligence gathering strategies. Screening at facility entrances and sally ports is still handled by a private security contractor, allowing additional DOC officers to work other critical posts. To further enhance contraband interdiction efforts, we have added technology that allows our team access to state-of-the-art security screening tools. With enhanced Wi-Fi within our facilities, we are now using mail secure, mail screening technology, and cell sense technology to bolster our detection and confiscation efforts. Food service. Based on feedback from the population, our contracted food service provider has begun implementing changes that address some of their stated preferences, but do not impact existing contract and budget costs. This includes modifications to the general population, kosher, and halal menus. We have also been working with our commissary provider to encourage healthier menu options on our commissary. Items have been added such as high protein shakes, granola bars, nuts and yogurt, bran cereal, and tuna fish have all been added to the commissary menu, with more expected to come this fiscal year. There is a robust network of local and federal criminal justice partner agencies, community and faith-based organizations, advocates, and others invested in and supporting the DOC mission. Recognizing the value of these partnerships is so important as they each contribute in a multitude of ways to our success. Some of the work we do together will be highlighted in the next part of my testimony. Prioritizing resident engagement in voting, education, workforce development, training, and reentry programming is critical. We continue to expand opportunities and use existing and new partnerships to raise the bar and offer new and innovative opportunities. Voting. DOC was officially established as a polling place for incarcerated residents per the Initiative and Referendum Process Improvement Act of 2020, with implementation beginning during the 2022 primary election. For both the primary and general elections that year, DOC personnel and Board of Election staff were on site at our polling locations, along with election observers and poll watchers from various partner agencies, including the League of Women Voters representatives and University Legal Services Disability Rights DC staff. During FY23, the department continued to work with our voting partners, including the Board of Elections, League of Women Voters, Office of Human Rights, CIC, CURE, and others to educate residents on the voter registration process. This has involved sharing voting registration information during the resident intake process, conducting unit-based voter education classes, incorporating voter registration information on the inmate tablets, conducting cell-to-cell information sharing on the registration process, including individuals on general population units, along with those in restrictive housing or any other custody status. There were 171 male and female residents newly registered in FY23 and already 101 in FY24 year to date. In FY23, we also began on the ANC 7F08 special election that took place with the departure of formerly elected Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner Leonard Bishop. DOC worked in collaboration with the Board of Elections and the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions in following special election protocols to include the public announcement, the petition process, candidate identification, election date designation, the election, vote count, and winner designation by the OANC. The election took place on December 14, 2023, with Shamika Hayes, the first female 7F08 ANC, declared the winner, and she was sworn in on January 11th, 2024, a very proud moment for Ms. Hayes and everyone who is involved in this process. Education and workforce initiatives. DOC is proud to broaden our partnerships with colleges and universities in offering courses to both male and female residents. Some of the continuing new and innovative course offerings DOC has introduced and enhanced include the Howard University Crime and Justice Behind the Walls course, which brings together current CDF residents and previously incarcerated individuals to discuss contemporary social justice reform and strategies for building community and family capacity. The Howard University Mass Incarceration and the Black Family course brings together female residents housed at the CTF along with Howard University students studying criminal justice reform. The course focuses on strategies to reduce recidivism and promote success among Black families affected by mass incarceration. The University of the District of Columbia Paralegal course, offered to both male and female residents at the CTF, explores the role, responsibilities, and ethical standards of the profession, along with topics such as law office administration, effective communication, and introduction to legal research tools. Harvard University Trauma Talks course focuses on understanding concepts associated with trauma and crisis. The course was designed to increase student awareness of the effects of trauma and crisis on individuals, families, groups, and communities, and to explore the process of recovery. Both male and female residents participated in the course. We remain immensely proud of the work being done by our education team and the achievements of residents enrolled in our education programs. During FY23, the DOC contract for special education services was signed and executed with the Forever Foundation, chosen to serve DOC residents. There were 77 students enrolled in class during the fiscal year 23. Other accomplishments include 12 high school diploma graduates through the Maya Angelou Academy, 12 general education diplomas, 50 CTEC certifications, 253 OSHA certifications, and 427 industry certifications earned. Our partners, including MIT, Harvard, Frederick Douglass Project, Petey Green College Bridge Writing and Math Program, and the Georgetown Prison Justice Initiative, continue to make tremendous contributions to these programming and educational efforts. To assist with early identification of basic skills requirements and supporting residents to study and obtain a GED, we've now begun conducting academic diagnostic testing on intake units for 18 to 25-year-olds coming into our custody. Also noteworthy is the tremendous support of the DC Public Library leadership and staff on site at both the CDF and the CTF. During FY23, in addition to tablet-based reading, there were 2,540 books distributed to residents by the DC Public Libraries. DOC continues to offer robust virtual learning options through the Origin, formerly known as APDS, tablet program. DOC utilizes the educational tablets to expand student access to special education services per legal mandates and to also broaden innovative practices for secondary and post-secondary education. During FY23, residents spent a total of 309,303 hours participating in virtual programming. There were approximately 1,000 tablets deployed across our facilities with virtual program offerings in education, rehabilitation, workforce development, and reentry programming, as well as over 800 courses specially designed for residents by DOC staff and our partner organizations. There were 202,137 legal researches conducted and 169,913 hours engaged in leisure study. Additionally, during April of 2023, in keeping with trends across corrections, DOC successfully instituted the one-to-one distribution of entertainment tablets to residents, which offer access to games, videos, movies, along with limited talk and texting capability. The Ready Center. In September of 2023, the Ready Center for Reentry officially opened its new standalone location on Martin Luther King Southeast, offering a pathway for formerly incarcerated residents released from DOC and Federal Bureau of Prison facilities to immediately access services and supports as they reenter the community. The center includes classrooms, offices, meeting areas, and multi-use space, and is staffed by public sector agencies and community-based organizations, which offer case management services, streamline access to identification and vital documents, housing assistance, education and training resources, mental health counseling and referral, substance use counseling and referral, professional development, and job placement assistance. The new location hires partner agencies, including the Departments of Human Services, Behavioral Health, Employment Services, and Motor Vehicles. Community-based organizations housed within the center include the Hope Foundation, Captive Perspectives, and Martha's Outfitters. Other partners providing on-site services include Voices for a Second Chance, Catholic Charities, Community Family Life Services, House of Ruth, and the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizen Affairs. During FY23, the Ready Center served 2,273 participants, including 1,728 former DOC residents and 545 former Federal Bureau of Prison residents. We've also worked very hard, and it's important to us in our new location to be good neighbors. Some of the things that we've done within the community, we've held a community day, which highlighted a cookout, a bounce house, and a live band during the function, open for community members. We've had an open house to have community members and neighbors to come and see the Ready Center. We've held a town hall meeting for the neighborhood and for the community to ask questions about the functions of the Ready Center and what the purposes of the Ready Center are. And we also had a Christmas season of giving event this year, giving away toys and gifts giveaway for children in the community. The Into Work Culinary Arts Training Program. In partnership with our food service provider, Aramark, DOC has implemented the Into Work program, which is offered once per quarter and trains residents in culinary arts and food handling. And it offers a ServSafe national certification upon completion. This national certification enhances job placement opportunities in the community and offers sustainable career growth for successful completers. During FY23, 59 DOC residents successfully completed the intensive 6-week training program. In FY24 to date, 16 residents graduated that began in October 2023, and now with a new class of 29 residents currently in class. DOC's Medication-Assisted Treatment Program. DOC is one of the district's largest providers of medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, averaging approximately 250 residents on MAT each month. Unlike most jails, DOC has had MAT for opioid use disorder as an integral part of our patient care practice now for over a decade. DOC is also an opioid treatment program accredited through the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, and the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. Our wellness and mental health units. DOC operates special therapeutic housing units for both men and women dealing with substance use disorders and mental health issues. Unit staff is specialized and includes a board-certified addictions medicine physician and a team of addictions nursing and mental health experts providing daily support and guidance. These therapeutic housing units follow a specialized curriculum developed for incarcerated settings that is gender responsive and focused on trauma-informed care. In addition to MAT with methadone, Suboxone, a wide range of complementary behavioral health tools are offered to help residents cope with various triggers and stressors in both their pre- and post-release environments. In closing, each year the DOC workforce provides for the daily care and custody of thousands of pretrial detainees, sentence misdemeanors, felons, and parole violators, and we strive to execute our duties with pride, professionalism, and passion in caring for those human lives. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and my executive team and I are happy to answer any question which you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Faust, and thank you to you and your team who's here today and your entire staff for all of the hard work that you engage in all year. And I especially appreciate your partnership on the recent Secure DC legislation that the council passed for its first vote yesterday on ensuring improvement with nutritional standards, DC jail, as well as expanded training and establishment of hospitality training. So we really appreciate all of your partnership and work with us on those provisions.
Thank you, and we appreciate your staff also, and the working relationship that we have with all your staff is much appreciated.
So I want to start with just kind of a census count, some of the numbers of where things stand right now at DOC. What is the current count of residents at each facility, and what capacity does each facility have in beds for both CDF and CTF?
So our current for each facility, let me see if we have that. While we're looking up, breaking it down per facility. Right now, as far as today's population count, the most recent, we're at 1,805. And that's total, both facilities. And the breakdown, I can't, that's small. Go ahead.
CTF has 1,335.
That's CDF.
CDF, excuse me, CTF has 464. We have one female resident at Fairview, and we have 5 individuals in the hospital.
Okay, and what is the capacity of beds in both facilities?
CDF is 21 by code, DC code, it's 2164, 2,164 is for CDF. And there is no established number specifically for CTF. We would operate probably around 1,200 to about 1,200 or so at CTF.
Well,
if
would
all
say,
units were
I would
open.
really say the working capacity for CTF would be more around 800
Right.
individuals.
We have a number of units that are under construction.
About 800, and we're currently at
460.
464 for CTF.
Okay, and how many did you say you had at CTF?
CT, Correctional Treatment Facility,
Mhm.
has 464.
Okay, and CDF, go ahead.
1,635.
I'm sorry, I keep on hearing the first one, 1,600 you said?
1,335.
Okay. Okay, so it's fair to say there is additional capacity both at CDF and CTF.
Yes, there is additional capacity. In fact, if you look back historically, there's certainly additional capacity. We have historically in past years had numbers as high or higher than where we are today. However, certainly since the onset of the COVID pandemic and other measures, the population over the last several years did decline, and we are now seeing increases in that population.
Okay. And as you've seen some of these increases in the last several months, how is that affecting operations, staffing issues that you all have undertaken or noticed?
Well, we've seen, as far as the increase that we've seen, certainly it exacerbates somewhat in terms of the fact that we are low in our staffing numbers right now and continue to work to try to fill those staffing vacancies. Currently, we have about a 19% vacancy rate. We have out of correctional, and I'm speaking now, corrections officers, uniformed officers. We have a total of 890 total. Of those, 717 are filled, which leaves us with 173 vacant correctional officer positions. So the increases, certainly with the staffing vacancies, make it more challenging. But I would say it not so much in necessarily the pure numbers, but maybe more so in some of the intakes that are coming in. In other words, with the efforts and I would say the very much the needed efforts to and positive efforts to affect the crime and incidents of violence that may occur in the community. We're seeing some of the individuals coming in with more serious charges, more felony arrests, more arrests that involve assaultive, dangerous behaviors, possession of weapons, those types of things. So the challenge, I wouldn't say is necessarily so much in just pure numbers, but some of the nature of our population, while they need to be removed from the community, certainly provide a challenge for our staff.
Okay, and can you speak a little bit more specifically to that? Have there been an increased number of violent incidents within the facility between residents? Is that what you're alluding to?
We are seeing more assaultive behavior. We're seeing many incidents that are involving conflicts between crews or gangs. We have approximately, I think about 60 different various crews and gangs that are represented within the facility. About 35% of our population has keep separate orders. So a lot of the issues that are that we're addressing in the community, and a lot of those issues that are being addressed through legislation such as the Secure Act, those still manifest themselves, like will carry over into the detention facility. So if there are, let's say, 2 crews within the community that have a dispute, or there's been a incident of violence out on the street, well, those same disagreements, those same conflicts carry over into the facility. So, and those are issues that, again, we carefully, screen on intake, so we know who's coming in. We know we have great communications and intelligence sharing with the Metropolitan PD in terms of incidents that happen out in the community and what that might or might not mean within the facility, and vice versa. If we have an incident that happens within the facility, that we may share that information back out to the police department, so that we are sharing that information so that we can more effectively be proactive in those areas.
Wow. And in addition to kind of information sharing, what are some of the strategies or tactics you all have employed to diffuse some of the conflict, to work with people about those relationship related issues, respond when there is assaultive behavior or fights that break out?
Speak to some of the conflict resolution.
Sure. So we've implemented a group called the Atonement Project that comes in and works with our max custody residents on the housing units every Friday. And we've been doing this for almost a year now. And they work specifically with those residents that may have any type of gang or crew affiliation, and try to mediate between those persons, as well as we entered into a memorandum of agreement with the ONE's office, that's the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, who will be coming in and training our staff on CVI, which is community violence intervention techniques, as well as they will also be dispatching teams that will work with our crew and gangs that are in our custody. We will begin that project. The training will start in May. But we've been working for the past year to gear up with the ONE's office to do training for staff, as well as to be able to provide that direct support inside of the facility, as well as the groups that come in on Fridays with the max custody residents.
Okay, that is great to hear. And is that training coming out of DOC budget or ONE's budget?
It's a partnership with ONE, so it will come under the CARES Act. Or the CARES program under the ONE's office.
Okay, so the CARES program is going to expire, right? Is my understanding. So are you thinking of this more as a pilot?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, it's good for us to be aware of as we move forward, as we think about the budgets of both of your agencies and ensuring that that could be supportive. But that's great news, and I hope that that is effective. In terms of the folks who are going to other BOP facilities, can you elaborate a little bit on the transfer process between DOC and other BOP facilities, especially when we're having folks get transferred back into DOC before coming into the district? Can you walk through how that process works and how many transfers you all processed last year?
Are you talking about releases, or are you talking about people coming back into DOC?
Transfer going to FBO,
I guess that's maybe we just need a little bit of clarity as to, can you?
Sure, so I was first thinking more broadly about transfers, kind of in either direction. And then as a secondary matter, was curious about folks who are coming back right before they're being released and what that process looks like.
And, okay, and so your question is how the process works with the Marshal Service and with the Federal Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
Okay, we're notified of the pending transfer, and folks are they're seen by medical, and then we are able to facilitate the transfer. And similarly situated, if someone is returning to us, they will return to us, they'll go through the intake process, and then they will come back into the facility. If they're pending a release, the Bureau of Prisons and their Bureau of Prisons inmate, we will be provided with their release date. And then they will be, if they're soon to be pending a release date, our Ready Center team will reach out to them once we're aware, based on what their pending release date is. The Ready Center team will reach out to them and begin working with them prior to their release.
If I could add, and then Deputy Director Williams can speak some on the FBOP coming back in our Ready Center. But in terms of, to further answer your question on transferring out, just to make clear, so that once an individual has been sentenced, so first the sentence has to be complete. So all their time in court is done and complete, and they've been sentenced. Then at that point is when the Federal Bureau of Prisons would notify us that they're going to start a transfer of that individual. We don't have any real input on that situation, so that's just a notification by the Federal Bureau of Prisons and the U.S. Marshals that they're going to be picking up an individual the next day, or whenever they notify us. And then in terms of where they go, again, while the district does have somewhat of a agreement, I guess, in terms of trying to within the FBOP's ability to house people within a closer in area, a jurisdiction, we really have no control over where they go. So FBOP again simply notifies us that they're coming to pick someone up. And then in terms of what facility they decide to send that individual, that's all determined by the Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Okay. And have there been any hurdles or challenges from your perspective in the transfer process? It's not a gotcha question. I'm just curious.
No, I don't believe so. No. And then we might speak a little bit on the other end coming back.
And so once a resident from Federal Bureau of Prisons is ready to return home, they connect to us through core links, as well as our Ready Center website and our telephone number. They go through the same process, but theirs is through a telephone screening process to determine what services and programs that they need. And then they are registered into our Apricot system, which is connected to all of our providers. And those referrals go directly to the providers. Information is given to the residents or the returning citizens prior to their return back to the district for the Ready Center, as well as we started a transportation service that's available to both the DC returning citizens and FBOP returning citizens that can use that transportation to get back to the Ready Center from the DC jail.
Okay, thank you. So I'm very concerned about the overdoses and deaths that we've seen at DOC in the last year. I believe there have been 7 resident deaths that occurred in fiscal year 2023. And to date so far in FY24. And I know we're still awaiting autopsy results for several incidents, but at least one death was caused by using a contraband for stabbing. And at least one was caused by a drug overdose. And one of the things that we talked about last year in performance oversight was how contraband is getting into the facility with security, and there were updated security measures that you all were taking, like with screening. And so I want to get an update on what progress there has been and what more we're doing to make sure that contraband is not coming into the facility. And what we're doing on a daily basis to make sure that it's not circulating throughout the facility between residents or staff or visitors.
Yes, and thank you for that question. We're being very aggressive in terms of our contraband interdiction, contraband control. Some of the things we've done just this past year or within this past year is we continue to bring in new technologies to also assist us in those efforts. A couple of things, for example, that we've done is we've purchased 2 devices, one for each facility, and we'll be obtaining a third, which is a mail scanning device that can scan documents that come into the facility, legal documents, other documents, and it scans all those documents for drug detection. We find many times in cases where drugs are being attempted to come in through mail, through other types of publications, through sometimes legal documents and legal mail. Just to share, I had 2-3 incidents just recently in the last few months where 2 cases where attorneys were bringing in documents and had accepted papers or documents from a third party to bring into individuals, like as they come to visit, will you also take this? And again, with our screening of these documents, we found them to be soaked or laced with some type of material. We determined in 3 different cases that they contain synthetic cannabinoid soaked onto the paper. And so and I give those just as a couple examples or several examples of ways, the many ways that try to get in. We also have had instances where we have discovered drugs that have been attempted to be secreted in through various bodily cavities.
And Director, sorry to cut you off, but just what is the process when you find these instances of contraband, either being sent via mail, as you articulated, or someone bringing it in through their body?
Well, if we find them on the individual, then those items first obviously are taken, and then they're sent out for testing. And those individuals who are found with narcotics or other types of contraband are then taken for adjustment hearing board to have a hearing on possession of contraband or possession of drugs or whatever it might be. Also, in some cases, we do refer those cases to the U.S. Attorney's Office and request in some cases for the U.S. Attorney's Office to, if they would go forward with prosecution for possession of drugs or possession of contraband or other dangerous items in a correctional facility.
Okay,
but again, if I could, just going back to some of the things that we're doing, So new technologies, such as the male scanning devices. We have some body scanning devices implemented. We conduct constant and random searches of housing units and cells. And we also have some canines that are trained specifically in drug detection that we use within the facility. So
I know, I'm sorry, you can finish your thought with this next point, but as these are all different ways to guard against it, and different responses when it does happen, but for the incidents that you've investigated, especially that resulted in death, what are some of the most common ways that the contraband is getting through all of those systems?
well, in terms of how, like in a specific incident, how it specifically got through, rarely can we pinpoint how that specific item may have gotten through. But let's say if it's, again, I can point to different methods, how we've seen how some drugs have entered into the facility, whether it's through the mail, whether it's through documents, whether it's through other types of publications. We have, to be very upfront, and I've shared in these hearings and in others that we've had 2 cases since in the 2 years that I've been here where we have arrested 2 staff members for bringing in contraband and drugs. In both those cases, they were charged and are actually serving time for those charges, charged by the U.S. Attorney's Office. But so again, it's very hard to pinpoint in a particular incident how that particular person got it. But what I can talk to you about is the means that we've seen, whether it's coming in through the mail, whether it's coming in through body cavity. We've seen cases that we have detected where there have been individuals trying to have it in a balloon and then secrete it out of a balloon. So I have to say almost every way that you can imagine that someone might try to get some drugs into the facility, it's probably been tried.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Henderson, in a moment, but I'm very concerned about this, as you and I have spoken about a number of occasions, and I know that there's a lot that you all are doing to try to screen it, but when these deaths do occur, the committee needs to see the investigative reports that you all undertake to determine what happened, and it's actually required by law that DOC provide the committee with a brief description of the circumstances surrounding the death and an update on the status of the investigation. And so just want to officially ask you and your team that moving forward, we receive those updates more officially through the committee so we can be helpful to you all as partners in trying to understand what happened and think creatively and strategically about how to ensure that this doesn't continue to happen. But the conclusions of the investigations are very important to us, important to families who've lost loved ones, and important to the whole city.
Certainly, and I'm glad to work with your staff in terms of working with them to provide, summaries, as you say, in terms of those cases. And as you stated, a number of cases right now are still pending within OCME in terms of, means and cause of deaths.
Yes, understood. And of course that takes a little bit of time. But again, we need the kind of conclusion of the investigation once that is complete, moving forward. I'm gonna turn to my at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, also a member of the committee, for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. Good evening, Director Faust. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to go as quickly as I can. So stay with me. Okay, as you may know, I chair the Committee on Health. So I want to ask some questions that are at the intersection of health and public safety, if that's okay. So I'm first going to start off with some of the deficiencies that were found at CDF during DC Health's April 2023 inspection of the culinary facilities on site. Okay, quote, gnats were observed in the preparation area, refrigerator units dirty, freezer door does not close, equipment not sanitarily maintained, including the bread mixer, meat slicer, buffalo mixer, ovens, ice machine, food trucks. Now, DC Health conducted another inspection of the facility that year, and many of these items were addressed. But I am curious, Director, who on your team is present when DC Health comes to do their inspections?
We have, it would be a combination of people because they go throughout all the, the entire facility. But we have an audit and compliance unit. So they're essentially, they're the main group that is with the Department of Health. But then we also have a sanitation officer who gets involved in that. But overriding, it's an audit and compliance team that we have internal.
Okay. So DC Health does not have an enforcement authority to compel DOC to correct some of the deficiencies that are found. So what do you all do with the information and feedback from DC Health?
Speak to that on the sanitation.
I could speak to, so as DC Health, any areas that we can immediately remedy or remediate as DC Health is there, we attempt to do so as quickly as possible while they're still there on site.
Okay.
As a long-term repair or deficiency that needs to be requires more capital improvements or other repairs, we try to get them done or complete them as quickly as possible. Sometimes we have to wait for the report to come out, but as much as we can do while they're there on site to remediate and to resolve a problem, we try to do that as quickly as possible.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. In terms of some of the things that you sort of identified that might not be an immediate repair. So like a freezer door is not closing, something's not locking. Even if I talk about some of the other things that have been raised around plumbing issues and otherwise, you all have, in terms of the work order issues, is this something that's done with DGS, or do you all have an outside contractor who can come, or I guess a team on site who can address some of these issues?
We have
all.
Yeah, so we have our on-site maintenance team. We have our own maintenance team on site who will try to remediate as much as, or remediate most of our daily issues. And then we also work very closely with DGS on all of our capital projects.
Okay.
We also will bring in contractors to work on some of the larger, more extensive, maybe internal projects that we're facilitating. So to answer your question, it's a combination of all three. So since a freezer door needing to be fixed might not be something that our on-site staff will be able to fix. And so we might have a contractor who is coming in or someone to come in and fix it. And so that they will come in and repair it. So that's not something that we can immediately remediate. We have some people who come in and fix it. It just makes a little time to do so.
Okay, so how much, and I recognize that your facilities are dated. How much money did you all spend last fiscal year on capital maintenance projects?
Oh, altogether? Oh, capital maintenance.
Well, look over
Or
here.
I guess maintenance in particular, maintenance projects that were related to
So
the physical plant of the building.
wait a minute, I have,
Checking here. Thank you.
okay. That's what we did this year. Give us 1 second. If you want to come back to that question, we'll just pulling up the numbers and then we'll get right back
I
to
could wait because I have a secondary question. I'm going to go into talking about some capital questions after this, I guess.
It was over $2 million on capital projects.
Okay, so over $2 million on capital. There are obviously some larger items that you guys aren't necessarily choosing to address. We have this happen on schools in occasions, right? Where DGS will say, yes, we could spend X million to replace the HVAC, but we're about to replace or we're about to modernize the school in a year. So we're going to wait on those types of things. X, Y, or Z. This fiscal year, you all have about $10 million approved in the budget for capital. Talk to me a little bit about the plans developed so far. It looks that you guys have encumbered about $5 million so far. So what's happening next, or what is that for?
So the 10 million includes the new steam plant. Part of that includes a new steam plant, which is a large project to build our own steam plant and have our power generated directly from our steam plant. So that's a large portion of it. And then we have
And by the way, so the steam plant is for heat and hot water.
Okay. All right. So Director Faust, is this part of the project that led to some of the hot water being off a couple of weeks ago that we talked about, or is this something different?
Yes, that's the current steam plant, and DGS through contractors, we had some planned outages, I guess, where they had to shut it down for a number of hours at a time to go in and fix the current boilers.
Okay. All right. So you all are saying the 10 million that's in for FY24 is for the steam plant. So when does the funding kick in for the rest of the fiscal plant of the facility?
So I'm sorry, part of it is the steam plant. We also currently have a sink and toilet replacement that has been going on, renovation ongoing at CTF. So that has been ongoing, and we're just about to finish one of our buildings in CTF. We have an elevator project that we are currently working on in both buildings as well. And then we also have a shower facade project that is currently ongoing at the CTF. And that just kicked off at the CTF. And then I'm trying to think of, wait a minute, then we worked on the hot water converter tanks and hot water converter and the hot water tanks. We also have a facade project that's starting at CTF.
Wait, hold on. So far you have mentioned all things to do either maintenance or improvements to the current facility. I thought my understanding was that some of this capital funding in FY24 was to begin the design for a new facility. Is that not accurate?
That's separate. So I'm specifically just speaking on the projects for CTF and CDF that are ongoing right now.
Okay.
We are also working with DGS on the design portion of the design concept portion of the new facility. Yes.
So has the RFP for the design gone out already, or is that maintained by or is that managed by DGS? But you all should know whether or not they have put out the RFP for that.
Managed by DGS. The actual design work will be part of a architectural RFP, which is not out yet and not ready to go out yet.
Okay. Do you know what the timeline is for that?
I believe it's late. It would probably be late spring or probably late spring, early summer.
Yeah,
Once we have to complete the design, the concept.
I would rather defer to
portion.
DGS on that.
Okay. All right. I have about a minute left, so let me swing back in sort of the health space. You were having a conversation with Councilmember Pinto about contraband. One of the concerns I have is the number of overdoses that were, I have concern about overdoses that we're seeing across the district, but particularly in terms of facility. And I noticed in your pre-hearing responses, you said that the population is described as over 50% with some sort of behavioral health issue and 40% diagnosed with SUDs, so opioid use, or primarily opioid use disorder. Do you have the adequate staff to meet the needs of this in the behavioral health space?
Well,
I apologize. I realize that's a loaded question, but it also feels to me that we are asking DOC to basically be an extension of our hospital system and our provider and care system at the same time that you're also supposed to be doing other things.
well, I mean, I would say our medicated assisted treatment program is, in terms of a correctional facility, is literally one of the best in the country. So we do have a very excellent MAT program that involves not only treatment by Suboxone and Vivitrol and others, but also programming that goes with that. We also have a RSAT program that is very active. So in terms of, I mean, I guess it's somewhat of a loaded question in terms of, you know, treatment, both from substance use and mental health treatment. Again, a lot of the issues that we're seeing in the community, whether it be substance use issues or mental health issues, those are reflected. I mean, we are a part of the community. And so those are also reflected, you know, in our jail population.
Can I just add one thing? When Councilmember Pinto asked about our increased population, that is part of the change that we're also seeing in that 40% of our men and 60% of our female population have serious mental illnesses and other cognitive challenges. And we are seeing a population of higher SUDs or SUD use. So we are trying to, I think, as an agency, think outside the box and use RSAT and use the MAT program, but also our TAMAR program, which Dr. Galeese talked about, and addressing and working with the population that is presented to us. Because as the director said, we are a microcosm of the city and we are our own mini city. And so even as you talk about overdoses and other issues that are occurring, these are things that are also happening within the district, and that we must be cognizant of them. Just as there's, you know, other things that are happening in the city, we see the same type of thing because we are the city, as the director said, and we are a microcosm of that. And we consider ourselves sometimes a small city within this larger district. Yeah.
And we're also a part of the Live Long DC. So we attend all the meetings, the committee meetings, and we strategize as well as an agency with the community to really look at the opioid crisis and the specific areas, the specific wards that are impacted the most. And we look at some of those trends as well and strategies as well to try to create more programming and planning for our residents.
Thank you. I'm way over my time. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I appreciate you being patient.
Of course. Thank you so much for being here, Councilmember Henderson. And you know, I hear you on that back and forth of that you're dealing with a lot of the same challenges that a city has. I guess I've heard you say this before, we are like a mini city, except there's serious differences in the security that you provide coming in and out of the facility that you know, DC can't provide, for example, as a city, with contraband coming into our borders from other locations. And so I hear you in terms of the challenges that the residents are facing, but I still think that there's more to do to prevent drugs and illegal substances from coming in that ultimately end up harming residents and staff. And
I can assure you, we continue to be very aggressive in that area. As I mentioned, we're continuing to add new technologies, new search methods, but also, and I mean, as long as I've been in the corrections business here and elsewhere, I don't think there's any facility, and if they say so, they're not being honest, that you're going to keep out 100% of all contraband or all drugs into a facility. I mean, for example, fentanyl, as you know, would take literally a few little grams that somebody might secrete in or bring in, and that could cause death. So we are continuing to work hard. We're continuing to strategize new methods and look at what other correctional facilities may be doing that might be cutting edge, and take those on to minimize to the greatest degree possible the introduction of drugs or other contraband.
Okay, thank you. So we've heard from a number of public witnesses today, as well as Public Defender Service and the Corrections Information Council, about concerns with the grievance process, that the steps are too onerous, that there's a 4-step process, that it takes a very long time before a resolution is reached. And we also heard about some of the most consistent challenges that are being raised to CIC, namely around housing conditions, food, and staff relationships. And so I'm interested if you could speak first about the grievance process and what that looks like, and any steps or efforts you all are taking to make that more user-friendly and expeditious, but also what you all are doing about this top 3 complaint that CIC is getting about relationships with staff and residents.
Certainly, thank you. And in terms of the inmate grievance process, and Deputy Director Williams can speak in some more detail on that also, since she's overseen much of that, but we have made significant progress and improvement in terms of where we're going with the grievance process. One of the things, again, we continue to add and make it more friendly or available, so that residents can make sure that they get complete access to file grievances. One of the things we've done, we've made now for the provision that residents can electronically submit grievances to their tablets. That was a new big step. So it's not just that, fill out a paper, or, oh, there's not a grievance form available or something of that sort, that now they can be also electronically submitted through their tablets, is a big step. And then also, as you mentioned, we are working and have worked to cut down the steps that are necessary. It currently is a 4-step process, and we're getting ready to implement where we're cutting out a whole step into that. So it'll be a much more efficient and effective process, more streamlining down to a 3-step process. And you might want to speak on.
Yeah, I think you mentioned most of it already, Director, but just within this last fiscal year, we've seen a tremendous reduction in the amount of grievances, both informal and formal grievances, that we had for FY 2023 and 2024 to date. And even with the 4-step process, grievances are responded to. 85% of our grievances were responded within 15 days, or the formal grievances were responded to within 31 days. So we re-implemented the grievance committee that meets every month, and that has been a tremendous help with reducing the amount of grievances that we are seeing for both our CDF and our CTF facilities. So we are in the final process of amending the policy, which will include only 3 steps now, which will now make us 60 business days versus the 80 business days. And it is a process. So once the policy has been amended, then we now have to recreate all of the forms, do a training process for the residents so that they are aware of the new changes in the process, town hall meetings, new publications on the housing units. So, but we are in the final stages of reducing the grievance process to a 3-step instead of a 4-step process.
Okay, and do you have a time update on when that new process will be out? Or when the policy will be issued?
So the draft policy has been completed, and so I think we're ready for final review for our policy committee and signature from the director.
And so when do you estimate that will be?
Process is already.
When do you estimate that will be in effect?
March. We're looking at what we're waiting on now is the new documentation and the new publications for the units.
Okay, so you're thinking March of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you about solitary confinement or restricted housing. As you know, one of my colleagues introduced a bill that would prohibit this use. I know that's something that DOC is opposed to. Can you talk about why you think these restrictive housing options are necessary and what your process is for determining if somebody needs to be placed in one of these units, how long that they're placed there, and what the procedure is to ensure that it is fair?
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll speak on that, and Deputy Director Williams may add some to it. But first off, as I mentioned in my testimony, I'm encouraged and very proud of the efforts that DOC and DOC staff have made to continue to reduce the use of restrictive housing. And again, that is our ongoing and continuing goal, to always see where we can reduce restrictive housing to the least amount possible. We're down currently, we have just a little over 3%, which is extremely low, and in comparison to, you know, facilities throughout the country. But some of the, you know, the general elements of restrictive housing, number one, they've had a hearing before an adjustment hearing board. So there is a actual formal adjustment hearing board that an individual would go to if there's a violation. So there was a comment about, I think, officers just, you know, I don't know, on their own, you know, sending someone to restrictive housing. That's not the case, and that's not possible. Class 1 major violations, they are also afforded legal representation at these adjustment hearing boards if they so choose. They can also call witnesses. So it's a full administrative process that individuals go through. Again, if they received restrictive housing and you know, disciplinary detention, restrictive housing, it's a loss of, it involves a loss of or restricted privileges. Someone is not in restrictive housing for more than 30 days. So there's up to a 30-day limit there on restrictive housing. While they're in restrictive housing, they still receive things such as barbering, laundry, hair care services, exchange of linen, bedding, clothing on the same basis as the general population does. They also receive medical and mental health care while they're in restrictive housing. Now, one specific group, if there's anyone with an education IEP who's working towards a high school diploma, they still receive in-person their education continues. So anybody who's on an IEP who may be within restrictive housing still gets full in-person IEP education towards their high school diploma. There are restrictions, certainly in terms of various privileges, restrictions on commissary, social visits, limitations on phone calls, and things such as that. One of the things that I'm developing and the team is developing is we're working toward opening, which I mentioned briefly, we're working toward opening a step-down unit so that when individuals do come out of restrictive housing, we'll have a unit that to, I think, better ensure their reintegration back into the general population, because they initially got placed in the restrictive housing because of, let's say, a serious assault.
Right.
Or in some instances, as you know, stabbing incidents. I mean, very unfortunately and tragically, we had one resident who, with a homemade weapon, stabbed to death another inmate this past year in the facility. You cannot house someone like that, who's an absolute predator, in general housing. So for that small population, again, right now, just over 3% and only 59 individuals out of 1,800, there has to be a place where you can remove them from the general population for the safety of the 97% of the other residents and the staff that work in that facility. So we are very much committed, again, to continue to look at ways that we can reduce restrictive housing. I think the step-down unit also will be very successful, and what we want to do is try to address the recidivism back to restrictive housing. So that we don't have an individual who continues to recidivate within restrictive housing. So within this step-down unit, we're going to offer more mental health services and more specialized programs to then be able to then have a transition piece in a step-down unit, and then I think more successfully transition back into the general population and be able to exist within the general population.
Okay.
More.
Thank you for that added context. And there are at least two people who talked about today about being placed in solitary or restrictive housing with an additional person in the same unit. Can you speak to that and that practice?
So that was actually protective custody. And sometimes for the safety of the resident, there may be more than one resident in that cell. It was not actually, so sometimes people get restrictive housing mixed up with SMU, Special Management Unit, or protective custody unit. So that particular case was a resident that was in protective custody, not restrictive housing.
Okay, and what are the policy considerations around protective custody with more than one person in a room?
And I was just going to add, at their request to be placed in protective custody.
Correct. And so sometimes when a person may be presenting a danger to themselves, they will be housed with another resident in the protective custody unit.
Right. What we find in those who are experts in suicide prevention also actually recommend that if there's situations such as, let's say, a protective custody or other situations, that really encourage putting two people in a room so that there's someone else with them, so that they're not by themselves. So that's actually a well-used and a recommended policy.
Okay, thank you for that extra context. So I'll talk a little bit next about staffing. I'm very worried about the vacancies and want to make sure that you all have sufficient funding to hire staff and what you need. Last year, DOC reported a deficit of $3 million for inmate monitoring related to overtime payments. There are a significant number of correctional officers who are currently earning more in overtime than their annual salary. I know that a lot of this is driven by vacancies, so what are you doing to reduce your vacancies and reduce this type of overtime pay?
So we have actively been monitoring our overtime and trying to work with our OCFO staff in terms of getting our numbers, working with our operations team in particular, to look at overtime to address and try to adjust the usage, where we're using it, how we're using it, how many hours that we're using. In addition, yes, and then in addition to that, we are actively promoting and looking at our staff hiring and retention. And so as it relates to hiring, we have, for us, we brought on our last recruitment class. We had 16 in that class, which is significantly more than we've had since before the pandemic for any one class. In our current class, we have 13. Again, 2 very large classes, and that's something we're really promoting in terms of actively hiring and trying to recruit individuals. But we're also looking at the retention side, because what we are learning, not just in this space, but I think in law enforcement in general, that it is not just about just keep hiring more people, because the well has only so much water in it, but again, trying to retain our staff. So we have again brought on a wellness person. We are also looking at ways to she's formed a wellness committee, and they're going to be actively meeting beginning this month. And we are also looking at other retention mechanisms and incentives for our staff, and ways we can keep our staff. And we are also, and this is part of when we talk about, when Dr. Galeese, one of the things we talked about was the TAMAR. It's not just for our residents, but it is something for our staff as well, because working with they experience a level of trauma, and the awareness of the trauma that they're facing, the things that they're doing. And we're working on a bunch of different things, like wellness rooms and spaces where staff can step away within the facility and be in a kind of a sanctuary place for just a moment to step out of the day-to-day. So we do recognize that there has been a lot placed on our staff and that they've been doing a lot. And so we're trying to work and increase hiring, retention, and also, trying to decrease the number of folks that are leaving to reduce our attrition as well.
Okay, thank you for all that. I appreciate that. And are there other best practices that you've seen in other jurisdictions that you're looking to around hiring and retention?
Yeah, we have looked at, I mean, one of the things that we're looking at just in terms of retention, and with the wellness person that we brought on site, is looking at what we call some other facilities use it's called CISM, which is Critical Incident Stress Management, and how there would be a team that would respond to critical incidents. So that's something we're actively looking at and possibly developing here at DOC. So yes, we're looking at what other places and other facilities are doing in terms of hiring and or retention. We are looking across the board and considering all possibilities. We're working very closely with the mayor's office, executive office of the mayor. And so we continue to work with them and to increase our staffing.
Okay, great. Well, we look forward to working together during budget to make sure that you all have the staff that you need.
Thank you.
So in terms of some other programmatic offerings that you're working on, as you know, DOC has now become the responsible entity to contract with Maya Angelou to provide special education services for residents at the jail. What additional supports or resources will DOC need to take on this role most effectively? And are you going to be hiring education-specific staff?
Well, I'll speak first on that. And again, as you mentioned, the education, the LEARN Act, I believe, again, for the duration of the 23-24 school year. And DOC is supportive of that for being a public agency designated responsible for the provision of education for the rest of the school year. And as you know, we've contracted with the See Forever Foundation, Maya Angelou, to provide the special education for eligible residents. But also we continue, as DOC, we continue to work with our government partners here in the district to determine, I think, what will be the best way forward to meet those educational requirements while also being good stewards or good financial stewards. I mean, our current contract for special education services for that group is right now at $4 million annually. And that was a contract based on 45 students. Right now, that has risen to 61 students 63 that we're providing. But again, with $4 million annually for 45 students, that comes up to about almost $88,000 per student. So I really think in terms of long-term responsibility, it's certainly the education of that cohort is a district responsibility that certainly needs to be addressed long-term. We are prepared and are doing in terms of being the public agency designation, at least at this time. But in terms of in the long term, I don't believe the current system is necessarily sustainable. And DOC, in terms of being like, for DOC to be the LEA, to be very honest with you, we are not educational administrators. Now we have education professionals, we have teachers within the DOC, but I don't believe that DOC really has the capacity long-term, nor the expertise to have the overall administrative responsibility. Now, DOC should certainly be carrying out that and see that we have the responsibility that those educational services are carried out within the facilities. But long-term, in my view, it's really not appropriate for DOC, nor do I feel we have the bandwidth or the expertise to ultimately become the LEA on a long-term basis.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, we can certainly continue working on that. I think making sure that students are properly tested to determine if they need an IEP and then get those services delivered, the education delivered, is the most important thing with this. And so we'll certainly work with you on that and what's feasible for you all to do versus contract as we move forward. In terms of the Ready Center, I'm enthusiastic that the new Ready Center and MLK Avenue location seems to be running well. What are the current staffing levels at the Ready Center? Is it fully staffed? And if not, how many staff do you think it needs to run most effectively?
Yeah, I'll let Deputy Director speak to that in a moment, but yes, and I just, again, as we're speaking about this, the staffing of that is made up of both DOC staff, but also staff from other district agencies, as I had mentioned before, such as motor vehicles, behavioral health, et cetera. So it's a combination of both DOC and staff from and other organizations all together.
From the DOC side, we still hiring for a program manager for the Ready Center. It's now being overseen by the reentry administrator. And we have one program analyst position vacant. And we're looking to onboard 2 peer navigators that will work directly with those that are coming inside of the Ready Center. So we're fully staffed. We do have those partners and community-based organizations that physically sit in that space every day, Monday through Friday, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Excuse me. And then we have extended hours from 6 to 8 p.m. for specialized programming, groups, life skills, workforce development, and et cetera. We have those 4 classroom spaces. We're so excited about the partnerships and the training that we will have in those spaces. DOES is set to launch a new cohort of 15 returning citizens. As of next week, we'll start that program, as well as the lead out component for lead up, lead out will also be in that space as well. So we have a number of workforce development opportunities at the Ready Center. We are continuing every day to increase our partnerships. We have financial literacy partners that are working with our workforce development, and of course, the wonderful space that we have at Martha's Outfitters at the Ready Center, where our participants can come in and get full business attire as they embrace the market and do hiring, and they're on interviews. We have all of that available for our returning citizens. And transportation, which is very important because that sometimes can be a barrier. We have doubled, tripled our numbers just being in that space and moving from 3 days a week to 5 days a week. So we're excited about the possibilities in that space. Community members are coming over and talking about how that space has transformed that block because that space, was vacant for a while. And so they've seen a reduction in the people that were hanging out and loitering in that space. So we are excited about Ready Center and the opportunities that we have to serve returning citizens.
Okay, thank you. And what is the current status of lead up, lead out?
Lead up, lead out is still very active. So I'm not sure. I heard the comment earlier, but lead up, lead out, we expanded to 4 housing units last year. And so lead up, lead out is now on 5 housing units, with 1 being at the CDF, Southeast 1. And that unit is specifically focuses on education, from adult basic education all the way up to credit-bearing courses. And then we have the 4 reentry units at the CTF, where lead up, lead out is a part of that. So we have contractors that come into those 4 units, and they provide CTE and vocational job readiness training inside of the facility pre-release. And we also are expanding our apprenticeship programs. So those programs, every program that we start pre-release, will be able to continue in this progress at the Ready Center space as well. So lead up, lead out, we have 20 people that are ready for cohort 1 for the lead out portion, which is our subsidized programming and job readiness programming for post-release, where we provide a living wage for those who are eligible candidates for the lead out program. We have 20 ready, interviewed, ready for first cohort, and we have about 15 in the queue. Our goal is 45 participants for the fiscal year. We did 64 last year, so lead up, lead out is still very active, and we're excited at what's to come for that program as well.
Okay, and so you have 20 participants in cohort 1. Is that about how many you have in all 5 housing units?
No.
Okay,
So-
what is the total amount of people in the program across all units?
Sure. So for FY 2023, we had 144 participants, and that's among all of the housing units. And in the lead out program, which is the post-release in the community, we had 64 participants, with of those 31 graduated and was fully employed at the end of the program. And then on the lead out pre-release, we had 239 that participated in our workforce development throughout the 4 classrooms. And then we had 186 that participated in recovery support. So it's a component that also allows for recovery support, because this is a program that's targeted for those who have SUD and OUD and STUD, which is opioid use disorder and stimulant use disorders. So we have a recovery support program that's connected as well. And we have peer navigators that also work with those residents pre-release and when they return back to the community while they're seeking employment and any type of crisis intervention that they may need when they return back to the community.
Okay, and that is great, and I think it's a wonderful program and hear great things about it. But are those numbers increased from last year of the amount of participants? I'm trying to get to the bottom of why I continue hearing from people that it's being phased out or removed, but then I keep hearing from you all that it's not. And so do you know what that discrepancy would be about? Has there been a reduction?
Well, I know that we had a reconfiguration of the program in 2022, where we were looking to add more of the workforce development continuum. And so we had, I think it was 1 quarter where we were revamping the program. And so that 1 quarter, we were really looking at strategically what components that the Department of Labor deems effective for persons in workforce development programs. And so we did that where we did not have any new participants coming into the program in 20
quarter.
Yeah, it was 1 quarter.
And we're assessing the
program.
or reassessing the fidelity of all the
Correct.
elements of the program.
Correct.
But
So
that's all, we're now
way
and
past that.
have been way past that.
And I will just say, we also, Deputy Director Williams also created a workforce development team.
Yes.
So that there's an actual position description, there's a team, there's a program manager overseeing all that, and that all of that is part of lead up, lead out. So we're not sure why that continues, because there are positions that people have been hired for. We've created position descriptions. There is a manager of the program, and it continues to operate.
Okay, well then what's going into the assessment of the programs? What are the potential outcomes following that assessment that would change?
To ensure that there was a full workforce development continuum. The lead out portion is workforce development. And so that includes career technical education, job readiness training. We need to make sure that we have job coaches, retention specialists that will follow them and track them once they get on their full-time employment. And so all of those components was added. And that's based off of the workforce development model that Department of Labor uses. And so we wanted to ensure that not only that they were receiving job readiness training, but we had the adequate staff that would be able to track and measure what they were doing in the community, to be able to troubleshoot when they got on employment opportunities, that they sustained those employment opportunities by added supports through a job coach, through a job developer, through a retention specialist. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, that's helpful. And I think that may explain some of the kind of different things that we're hearing about the reevaluation. So thank you for that.
Yep.
I want to talk to you all next about food and nutrition. I know this is something that we've all been working together for many years now on. And so kind of just generally, how are you all ensuring that the meals that are being offered to residents meet nutritional standards, and how do you determine what those standards are and should be?
Well, the standards we use are federal standards set by USDA in terms of the daily dietary allowance. So I mean, that's essentially the standard we use. And it's the same standard that's used across the country and certainly throughout this region. The national standard that we follow and that the contractor follows, again, is the USDA of 2,800 calories per day dietary allowance. And we've checked at other area facilities in terms of, you know, where we stand and what standards they use. And for example, some jurisdictions in the local area, Arlington County, Virginia, 2,800 calorie standard. Fairfax uses a 2,900 calorie. Prince George's County, Maryland, 2,900 calorie. So everybody's within that realm, I guess, in terms of per day dietary allowance. One of the things that we are continuing to look at, I think, is that we need to keep looking at and tweaking, and we're continuing to do that in terms of within that dietary allowance, how to best invest on the makeup of that set of calories. So that's something that we continue to work internally and with the vendor in terms of within that guideline, what's the best way to invest on the makeup of what makes that up. So we do continue to make changes based on feedback. Examples of some things that we put out ourselves, a resident survey, and some examples that we have implemented no cost changes, no cost in the contractual changes, include things like we heard about reducing the sliced deli meat for lunches, like, you know, reduce that, which we have, you know, not daily. We increased hot breakfast cereals from 1 cup to 1.5 cups. The halal menu, we heard from residents in terms of the halal menu to increase the variety within some of the lunch proteins, which we've implemented those changes. On the kosher menu, we made some reductions on the times that peanut butter was being served. We've increased things like hard cooked eggs and bagels and things that had been requested. We've also changed meal patterns. In other words, when things are being served or repeated. So we've done those, and we've been able to do all those changes. And again, I think very significant on the commissary side, we've added a long list of much more healthy options. So within the commissary, if residents want to have more healthy options, they have a much more variety of choices within the commissary. So we're doing, we continue to work on this, and we continue to, again, implement things that we can implement within, at this time, within, you know, no cost effects, but what can we do, again, to better invest within what we have to better invest those options. There's some other things you may speak of.
No, I mean, I think you've covered it. We continue to look to the residents and to provide options, which, you know, we are attending as the deputy directors and deputy director of operations as well. We continue to attend the inmate grievance meetings, and also I have attended a number of town halls on the various units, and hearing the requests that they're making and the things that they're asking for, and we're trying to implement as many changes as we can. We will note also that Aramark is the food service vendor at a lot of the area correctional facilities as well. And so we have tasted the food here. And I think that was one of the comments as the director eating the food. And I think he had lunch yesterday.
I whispered yesterday, I said, yes, in
Yeah.
fact, I had the same lunch yesterday that the residents had. I had 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, a whole fresh apple, and a slice of pound cake. And so it was a pretty good lunch for me.
And we have continued to go to other facilities and in the area and look at their food service and some of the things that they're doing as well.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think one of the things that we really want to see more of are access to fruits and vegetables. And so in the Secure DC legislation, we put requirements, as you know, for additional servings of raw fruits and vegetables each day. What resources will DOC need to supplement the contract in a manner to ensure that this requirement can be met?
Funding, we will, I mean, and I think that's noted in the financial impact statement, is that to add those increased resources is going to require funding.
And how much funding will it require?
We have it in the impact, but I'll go through. Yeah, I think the estimate was for FY25, it would be additional $4 million.
About $4 million.
And looking at the 4 years, I think that they looked at, I think it was a total of an additional $12 million. If I'll get you the exact number, just a moment. I have it right here. It is. Oh, wait, you know, I moved from my page. Yeah, it was. I moved from the page where it was. Hold on. Oh, here it is. The total would be an additional almost $13 million between FY25 and 27. And because a lot of those changes also incorporated CCB as well. So FY25, it was 4.2 million. FY26, it was almost 4.3 million, and FY27, it was a little more than 4.3 million as well, for a total of 12,879,000.
This is just for the component of the fruit and vegetable servings.
Oh, this was for the entire DC.
All of security. Okay, so that also includes the hospitality training.
Right, this is
and
for
everything else. Okay, I was.
No, the additions to all of the other stuff that we
got. Okay, great.
Yes, we do, and we do a lot of the hospitality training we already do, but it was as it relates to, this is relating to the food and also the addition for the food at CCB as well. It includes that as well.
Right, okay. One of the witnesses today talked about a resident at DOC who had celiac disease, who submitted multiple grievances, but wasn't able and hasn't been able to get a special diet accommodation. Did you all hear that testimony? And are you aware of that situation to ensure that some of those have negative health outcomes as a result of the food that they're being served?
Yeah, we heard the testimony. What we would need is just some additional information as to who that is. And that could be a conversation offline, and we will certainly look into it. But our medical team and our chaplaincy division coordinate in terms of if there are religious diets or medical diets, and those are conveyed to our contracting staff. And so if there is someone who has a special diet and there's food that they cannot receive and medical has indicated that, the contractor does follow those guidelines and will provide a meal that meets the guidelines. So in order to facilitate and really look into that and address if that is an issue, we would need the individual's name in order to be able to look that up.
To track that down, but in general, I mean, medical diets are not an issue. We provide medical diets, and our Unity and our medical staff work with the resident and assess their medical needs and then order special medical diets. So without us looking into a specific incident to say, did this or did this not happen? But in terms of what we have, we fully have medical diets to accommodate any various medical condition.
Okay, and maybe I can ask my team to follow up with that witness and see if they'd be willing to share the information about the resident that they are referring to, and we can connect with you all offline to follow up. So thank you, appreciate that.
Thank
you. So DC Health conducted a health inspection of CDF and CTF in September of 2023, and they found some non-compliance issues. Namely, they highlighted pest droppings were observed in the dry food storage area. Refrigerator box 43, A and B were out of service, and the one available ice machine, they said, was broken since July of 2023. How have you all mitigated those issues since that report came out?
Again, as we had stated earlier, we try to mitigate as many items as we can while Department of Health is still there. On the ice machine, that was, I believe, later repaired and mitigated.
The contractor will repair that.
In terms of any time we get any complaints or any inspections around pests or infestations, we immediately address those. And in fact, in some cases, and in these cases, increased our visits by pest control for those areas. Again, with a 48-year-old building such as that, used 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, there are sometimes some infestations, but when there are, anytime they're discovered, they're addressed immediately by contractors that we use. There was another part to your question, I believe. And again, just going back to Department of Health, so those items that are more that can't be addressed immediately while they're there, we do. When we get the report, we respond to every item in the report in terms of what the action plan, corrective action plan is for that, and then what the mitigation steps are for the report. And in fact, we just had Department of Health in our facilities again, just about a month,
it was less than a month ago.
Maybe a month or even less than a month ago. DOH has come in for another inspection.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that update. I want to return for a moment to restrictive housing, just to make sure I have an accurate sense. So when I think you said earlier that there were 57 people in restrictive housing today, but your pre-hearing responses show that the average has been about 90 or more daily over the past several months. Which do you think is the most representative of day-to-day reality?
I think what's representative of day-to-day reality is right now is that we've further reduced it and gotten it down to 59. And I think particularly the fact that we've reduced it to 59 while the population has been going up. Right. So between July through January, we've increased the overall population by 400, but our restrictive housing numbers have declined. So I think, again, that speaks to, the hard work that the staff are doing to continue to look for innovative ways and things that we're doing, like implementing the step down unit, which I think will further address the issue of recidivism to restrictive housing, because what we find is there's maybe a core of individuals that continue to recidivate. And so we really have to look at some of the core issues of what's causing that and try to address those. And that's what we want to do in implementing the new step down unit.
Okay, thank you. And do you have an estimate on the number of days each year that residents are spending in restrictive housing per resident, for those that have been assigned there? I know you talked about the 30-day maximum, but I don't know if that's consecutive days or.
We could certainly get back with you with some data numbers, but in terms of the, restrictive housing, no more than 30 days for disciplinary restrictive housing at one time. Now, if someone may have recidivated, for another time, I mean, that's data numbers we could work with your staff on.
Okay, well, I'd appreciate that if we can work together on that to have that estimate.
Certainly.
The disciplinary restrictive housing, the number of days?
Total days.
Per year.
Per year.
Okay, so turning to the facilities themselves, and I know you spoke to my colleague about some of this, but just to make sure we're clear for the record, can you share again the status of the new annex and when you anticipate the construction to begin?
Certainly. So the new annex, we're in the planning phase right now. And there's a contract that's under the purview of DGS with CGL company. And they are currently in the process of program planning. In other words, before you get into the actual design of the facility, going through things like, again, through various means, through working with us, through resident surveys, through staff surveys. We're going to be getting ready to kick off a process with CGL that there's going to be outreach and surveys into the community, but all part of that to look at what the programming, determine the programming needs, what needs to go into the facility, whether it's, mental health programming and medical needs and educational programming, and then take those program needs and then start not the actual design of a facility, but start from that determining what the facility is going to be, what's the what do we want that facility to be? What do we want that facility to look like? And then based on the pre-design planning that they're doing, that information then all comes together. And then when the architectural RFP goes out for architecture and engineering, all this pre-planning information would go over to the architects, and then the architects actually would design the actual building to fit the programmatic needs that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you. That is a welcome piece of information, I know, to a lot of people around the programmatic needs really informing the design so that we don't have to go back to the drawing board again and kind of retrofit what the human needs are after the building is designed. Do you have a month or season range when you think that will be completed and the construction can begin?
Well, right now and there'll be kind of phased construction activities. They're projected at this point for initial construction to commence sometime around first quarter of FY27.
Okay, and the FY 2024 budget included over $30 million to provide for repairs and renovations at CDF and CTF. What's the current status of the 8 ongoing projects that are scheduled to end in 2024 at the facilities?
So right now, you said end in 2024?
Yes.
Let me go to my list here. and see if I have them all. And you're just talking, you want just CDF or both?
Both. I have 8 projects, that I thought were planning to be finished by 2024 between both facilities.
Okay, so we are, we're working right now on the sink and toilet project at CTF. So we've completed a number of units there, and we're set to complete the C building within the next few months. So we should finish that by, I think, winter of 23. Winter of 24. Well, I lost a year. December of 24, we'll finish the C building. December of 24, we'll finish the C building. And then we have the shower project that began October of 2023. And so that's ongoing. We've completed one unit. We're working on our second unit right now. So that is a project that's just really beginning. And so it'll be some time before we are able to retrofit and take care of all of the showers there. We have the facade project, which is starting January. That's also at CTF, which is starting January, or should have started. We'll start this winter of 2024. It might have just started. We're going to be caulking all 5 buildings at CTF. The elevator project has started at CDF and CTF. That started in November. We completed the gym floor, redoing the gym floor at CTF. We are still working actively on the boiler plant project. And so we will begin some drilling for that. We are also, I forgot, CDF. Bunk project. Oh, no, that's kind of ongoing because we're about to start that up at the C building. And we're going to start that at CTF. We we did the exterior roofing, structural upgrades that began in 2022 at CDF, and that finished in March of 2023. Did I miss anything? I did the elevator. Door controls and hardware. Thank you. So we're also working on door controls and hardware. We also we completed, and I don't know that we noted this, we also completed the fire safety system at CTF in the fall of FY23. I'm trying to think, I feel like I'm forgetting something, but those are the projects that are off site. There are still a number of projects that are ongoing. And again, a big project would be the boiler plant, the steam plant project that's going.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you so much for that update. That's very helpful. And in terms of the boiler,
yes,
what's the protocol for when it goes down to make sure that there's still sufficient heating in the building? I know in the past we've talked about space heaters.
Yes. We can't do that.
Right, and the concern or that you're not allowed to do that, but it's my understanding that space heaters are used in other district buildings. So what's the protocol and thinking around that?
So if that is the case, that it's a marshal, that's a fire marshal decision. So the fire marshal.
Those buildings are different.
Yeah.
This is a confined, secured building, where residents are actually confined to housing units. So space heaters would be simply it's not allowed in in a correctional facility building.
Okay, I hear that, but what happens then when the boiler is down and heating goes out for the building or for effect on water?
A full set of protocols for both heat and cold. First thing, if a boiler is going down, if we know, like recently where we've had some planned repairs, that it's planned out for a certain time in a certain period of time, and we fully communicate that to the entire resident population. We fully communicate it to staff. We fully communicate it to outside agencies such as CIC, to the council, so we make it so there's no issue of communication, so that we communicated to the judiciary and the judges and the courts, so that everyone knows that for these 6 hours or for these 8 hours or these 12 hours, we're going to be, that plant is going to be down. Now, during that time, what we do is we constantly monitor the temperatures, not only within the building as a whole, but temperatures of every unit, from unit to unit. And we have protocols for specific things that happen. Now, generally speaking, let me go back and say, for the most part, when that is down for several hours, 8 hours or something, for the most part, the building will retain that heat. So for planned instances such as that, for the most part, the building retains the heat, so it doesn't become a big issue. Now, if that continues for a long period of time, and depending on what the weather is, that could either be, longer or shorter. So if a repair goes down and it's 25 degrees outside, obviously the building won't retain that as long as if during that time of period it's 55 degrees outside or 65 degrees outside. So we make those adjustments, again, ongoing temperature checks. And then if a particular unit on the cold side falls below 70 degrees, or if on the heat side, a particular unit or units go above 80 degrees, so below 70, above 80. And we did that when we first established that. We established that also in cooperation with medical, in terms of, what is the most, the degrees where we should start taking proactive steps. So when that happens, there's a number of things that happen. Extra blankets are automatically given out. Thermal underwear will be given out. Again, this is if it's going beyond that 6 hours or going beyond that 8 hours. So there's a lot of different items that happen. And then on the heat side, if it's a summertime and it gets too hot or whatever, then we have, again, protocols in writing in terms of what happens. Extra, ice water that goes out, allowing residents to just wear, gym shorts and not have to be in a normal uniform. And so putting in fans in the unit. So I guess long way around to say that we have specific protocol set out anytime this happens. And the other thing that we make sure of is that if the boiler plant goes down and there's going to be a period of time where there's no hot water or there's no heat, that one of the critical things is that we communicate that very clearly to the residents so they know what's happening and not be kind of left sitting in the dark in terms of what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I'm certainly excited for the boiler project to be completed. But that concludes my questions for you and your team. I want to thank you all again for being here today and all of the work that you and your entire staff do year round. We really appreciate the partnership and look forward to good budget season together ahead. I want to thank my team as well for all of your preparation for this hearing. And with that, the time is now 7:45 p.m. on Wednesday, February 7th, and we are adjourned.